And we are live.
Hi guys, we are live. It's fantastic to see you all. Probably the most important question I can see is, does everyone have enough drink for this event? I think this is the question for that. Okay, we went slightly earlier, like 1 minute earlier than we expected, but because I'm gonna take this first 5 minutes to explain everything, so hopefully it doesn't matter. Okay, I can see a lot of familiar faces here, but okay, let's officially start it. So our first ever SEO Charity live stream on a leap day, on a leap year. Hopefully we can do it more often than once out of 4 years. And okay, we have my co-host and a person who really does everything for this all the work, which is a friend of mine and also Ukrainian, Olesia Korobka. And Olesia Korobka is one of the few people John Mueller follow on Twitter. You just check your Twitter. If John Mueller follow you, you are one of this privileged group. John Mueller does follow Olesia Korobka's tweet. We also have Steve Paine here, who is a Systrix guy. Systrix, by the way, our sponsor. One of our sponsors. We have plenty of beautiful sponsors. Systrix, one of them. But we still have 5 minutes to go before Steve Paine will come with his things. Okay, I can see a lot of people. Hi Jerry, hi Simon, Arnaud, Bibi, Steve, Sophie, everyone. Okay, 5 minutes I'll just take to explain how all this happens, why it happened and everything. About 2 years ago, war started in Ukraine, and I did help small shelters before, but just on just my personal capacity, trying to help them. When we're talking about shelters, we're talking about really small shelters. Small in terms of people usually use their own flats or their own houses to keep to save these cats and dogs and to keep them happy, fed, and healthy. Usually we're talking about 30 to 100 animals. So when I said small, they're not small. They're not like two cats around, but they're living together with the shelter owner, if you can call them. Unfortunately for those people and those animals, they are too small to be noticed by government funds or by big charity. So big charity looking for huge organization, and they usually those people, they don't get any funds. When war started, and we saw some horrible pictures in Kiev, because when war started, people start panicking, and a lot of people just run, and they, unfortunately, some of them, they left their pets behind, locked in their flat, which was really horrible pictures. And we even have some activists going with the drills and those kind of tools, powerful tools, to drill holes in the walls of this flat to get animals out. All things together give me ideas that maybe we can help those people. When war started 2 years ago, most of the people, they tried to get money for military equipment and everything, and I thought, okay, I probably won't be good to get money for military equipment. It's extremely it's worth millions, and we won't get millions. By the way, talking about how much we got, all together we got more than $40,000, $40,000 for those 2 years. And for those animals, it's for many of them, it's a life or death, really. So it's how it's all happened. So first I just said, okay, I'm collecting money. People start sending me money. People start revise and everything. But I found this buy me a coffee, and it's coincided with my coffee shots, because whilst I was still in Ukraine, I was doing coffee shots every day, because people are privately asking me, yeah, I can see it's only 1 minute ago, people privately asking me if I'm still alive, there, so I decided not to answer to 200 people DM, just to coffee shots. Okay, guys, it's enough for that. We have Steve Paine from Systric, and Steve has his 10 minutes to go and to get his finding for this one. Okay, let's officially start. By the way, guys, if you can donate, if you won't donate, it would be absolutely fantastic.
So I guess it's over to me. Look at that, 531. That's excellent job. We need to point up there, right? Because that's the QR code for the coffee. At any time, grab your phone, take a snapshot and donate. I'll have a PayPal link up in a minute. It's my job now to warm up. I feel like one of those, you know, underpaid comedians that have to warm everyone up before the star acts come on, and Glenn and Barry are on in 10 minutes, so do hang around from those. I brought along a few stats for you and a few bits of information, but first I think we need to test the emoticons. BB the Link Builder is leading with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 love cat emoticons. So find your cat emoticons, because I think this is going to be a theme tonight. Cat or dog person. Is there a dog love emoticon? Stick them in YouTube chat. You're about 30 seconds behind me, so I won't be able to see those go through. So please test your emoticons. And there's a good reason for you to test your emoticons, because that is Sammy. 10 years ago, Sammy the cat, my German cat. He's lovely. So test your emoticons on that one. Michael, well done. Test your PayPal too. There's the PayPal link. You need to keep that right in front of you so that you pass that on. Send some money to this amazing cause. I want to start off with a little story of how the internet stole my cat. True story. No, he wasn't using Google Maps at the time. He was, and there's a picture of him. This is Schmitty. He's another German cat, and he lived with me in Holland, in Haarlem, when I was there over 20 years ago. Now, you know how it is if you've got a cat, and you get to the next day, and he doesn't turn up at the door as expected. You're like, okay, there's something going on here. Maybe he's stuck in a garage or a cellar. And then it gets to lunchtime, and then you're starting to worry. Well, it got to 2 days for me. 2 days, and Schmitty hadn't turned up. And I was like, what the hell is going on here? And so I'm starting to think about, okay, he's gone out the back, he's gone out the front. And then I remembered, 2 days before, I'd had a delivery. I'd had an internet delivery. This is 2000, the year 2000. So 24 years ago, this company here, Albert Heijn, that's in Dutch, but if you're in Holland, you'll know this company. And they started in 1999, internet shopping deliveries. So I'd taken a delivery from them 2 days earlier, and I thought, is it possible? Is it possible that Schmitty jumped in the van while they were delivering? So I phoned up Albert Heijn customer service. Thankfully, 20 years ago, customer service worked. I got through to a very helpful woman who called the driver and then called me back and said, yes, at the next delivery point, a black cat jumped out. So I get my stuff together. I go into the Haarlem town center. So there's an English guy walking around Haarlem. Schmitty. Not the best kind of combination of languages. I went through all the roads, and about an hour later, I heard his distinctive meow. I don't know if you've got a cat. You had that distinctive meow, right? And I heard him. There he was underneath the car. Grabbed him, took him back home, and thank goodness. So that was my cat that was lost to the internet. The amount of relief I had that he was okay was huge. So think about that when you're thinking about donating this evening. Right, trends in search. We have done a bit of a study. Charlie Williams has done some work for me, and we've picked out some interesting stuff. And I want, if you've got any ideas in the comments as to how these trends were formed, please let me know, because I have no idea. And the actual curves of these are very interesting as well. Smurf cat is one, and I put TikTok question marks because this looks like a TikTok-y type of trend. If it is a TikTok trend, it's worthless because it's long gone. And if you're looking at sort of opportunities in SEO, this is a term you might want to ignore. I've got a few more which have different curves, and this is interesting. Cat enrichment is one of them. Now, this looks like something that has been growing. These are our trends. We send out 10 of these every month in what we call Trend Watch. Have a look for that if you want some more stuff. And this looks like an organic one. This looks like it's been growing over time. And in terms of sort of content planning, this might be an interesting one for you to work on. I suspect this is like a PR job. If anyone knows what the hell's going on in the background here, it does sound like someone's trying to build it up. Cat Experience Days is an interesting one. I have to admit, when I first saw this, I thought, why does a cat need an experience day? But yeah, of course, it's the children that are going to see the cats for their experience days. Although I've got a little bit of data that says otherwise at the end. This is a typical Christmas trend. You can see that this peaks at Christmas every year. The search volume is not huge there. This is UK search volume. Dog Experience Days, on the other hand, has a much higher volume. So if you're working in that area of cat care, pet care, cat love, dog love, that sort of stuff, look at these sort of trends and see if you can build content around them. When it's going up like that, it's an interesting one to try and use to help customers. There's another little trend here, and I really need your help on this one. Introducing a kitten to a dog is an annual trend which peaks in October, and I have one idea about what this might be. Is it possible that when a kitten is 6 months old, you can introduce it to a dog? I never heard of that. But if you've got any ideas as to why introducing a kitten to a dog trends in October every year, then I'd love to hear about it. There's a link between fashion and dogs as well. And this is where I bring back the dog experience stuff, because I looked into the dog experience keywords, the environment that goes around that word, as Google sort of links it between URLs. And there's a couple of fashion houses in there. Oliver Bonas is a fashion house. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? It turns out that this is happening. This is 20 cents of ingredients, as far as I can work out: flour, sugar, porridge, and a bit of dried carrot in there for your doggy baking company. Lovely, lovely treats. My advice to you is not to spend 13 euros on this. Spend €1 on the ingredients and put the 12 euros into the account for this evening, because this is a little bit too extreme for me. Right, more on this in our Sector Watch. I don't have much time left, but I just want to take the top domains and show you the top domains for our analysis of the keywords for dog care and cat care. It's interesting. This is UK data. And for those in the UK, you may not be surprised to see these organizations in there. Two of those are charities. One of them is a commercial, I think a pet walking or a pet home care kind of platform where you can pair up people with pets. In terms of SEO, charities are quite interesting. I did a study last year which showed that charity sites have really been boosted. And this could be due to the way they do content, no ads or less ads. There's less of an obvious commercial intent to the website behind these charities. The same sort of thing happens with cat care as well. The top 3 of those were charities. Let's have a quick look at RSPCA, because that's the number 1 here. Org.uk, by the way, used to be guaranteed charities in the UK. It's not anymore. So if you see Org.uk, it can also be commercial websites now. This is the visibility index for that domain over the last 5 years. The visibility index is kind of like your shop front size, your click potential. And there it is going up at the core update. But that's a nice, organic, stable, big number there of clicks. I dive down into the domain and we can see that they've got this advice and welfare site. This is their content strategy. Content marketing, search marketing strategy is under this advice and welfare. And if we dive down there, we can see it's got the same curve as the domain above it. Interesting to see, and this is a great way to measure success of content. You go down to the directory and you see for all the ranking keywords in that directory, what percentage are ranking on page 1, because that's where you need, obviously, the rankings. In this case, this is an excellent, above average, 35%. Now, have a think about that. When you're doing content strategies, this is a great way to measure success over time. You've got to push all those up into the front. You won't get to 100%. We rarely see over 60% for content strategies. If you've got some brand ownership, you might get a bit higher, but that's it. Caring for cats and kittens is that's supposed to be a video there, but it's not working. 435 URLs and a potential 903,000 potential clicks every month. A few words on that charity type thing. They have some natural advantages. Obviously, that's brand trust. There's a lot of trust in charities, especially in the UK. There's a lot of transparency that goes with charities. They have to abide to certain laws about transparency, policies, and you'll see those on the website. I don't know if they help, but it certainly gives the user maybe a feeling of they know exactly what they're looking at. No ads, it's not actually true. Of course, charities are commercial businesses as well. There are ads within, very soft ads, and that's why I say soft business model in there. In fact, RSPCA has a cat insurance comparison platform there, which I'm sure they're working on as a sort of affiliate model. Charlie Williams has done the report, and I won't go through those quotes, but he's gone down into 4 different winners from the topic. The Sector Watch will be out early next week. Systrix.com/Sector Watch. There's already 15 different sectors that have been analyzed by Charlie, and they're fascinating. If any of those sectors match you, go into that data and have a look at it. It's some great blueprints for success. Last thing, there's Sammy, and he says, flick your paper and put those lovely little icons up on the screen. Do they float up on YouTube, Anton? I don't know if they float up anymore, do they? That's me done. Barry and Glenn are up next, and I'm going to hang around and listen to that because I'm sure it's going to be extremely informative. Thank you, Anton, for all your work, and see you soon.
Okay, guys. Hi, Barry. Hi, Glenn. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for helping us. Guys, there are some people you don't need to introduce. Okay, and we have Barry Schwartz and we have Glenn Gable. They obviously, everyone in the SEO community knows who they are. So I'm not going to spend or waste time to introduce them. Just say, okay, guys, keep donating. Since yesterday, we got almost $600, which is very, 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 very nice. By the way, all together with our sponsor, we over $4,000 all together. And my cat is watching as well. So Barry and Glenn, you should be just my cat watching you. Okay, go ahead.
Excellent. Well, it's great to be here. What's up, Barry?
Hey, how are you? Make sure to turn off that Google Home device behind you. Don't want them listening to us.
Oh yeah, the original, baby. Yeah. So where do you want to begin? I mean, I guess we don't have too much to talk about. I mean, the fall was really quiet and things were, just moving along, right?
Yeah. I mean, everybody should just forget about listening to us. Just spend time going to that PayPal link, that little QR code at the top right, and just donate. And it's a good cause, so make sure to donate. And we don't really have much to say, so I'm just joking. We could talk a little bit about Google updates, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to reiterate, definitely donate if you can. Anton's doing an amazing job with this and has for a long time. So definitely donate if you can. Yeah, cool. So I don't know. I guess we could start with, the summer of 2023 with all the volatility that you were tracking on Search Engine Roundtable, right? And we knew something was going on because there was all sorts of crazy volatility, looked like testing. And then August hit, and before you know it, we had 6 major updates roll out in a few months.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. We had the August core update at the end of August start. Then we had the September helpful content update, which everybody's talking about even through today. We had a spam update, some other ranking issues, and then a bunch of core updates, 2 core updates actually, back to back, and then the reviews update, the last reviews update. So there's a lot to talk about. I think a lot of SEOs are now focused in a lot on this helpful content update, but I'm not sure where you want to start, Glenn.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely start there. I mean, with core updates, there wasn't anything that really stood out from other core updates necessarily, right? I mean, it's still Google evaluating quality overall, and quality, as John Mueller would explain, is much more than just content. It's user experience, it's aggressive advertising, it's how you present things and everything like that. The one thing I will just note before we hop into the HCU is just what I saw with core updates is sites contacted me that knew that they had issues and didn't address them because they were ranking well. So it was almost one of these things where they hadn't gotten impacted by previous core updates, or it was a while ago. And then, they just didn't tackle those things, and then boom, they got hit. So now they're frantically trying to fix these things. So that's really the only thing that stood out there. With broad core updates, there's a lot of things that you can improve if it's quality. But with the helpful content update, I mean, that was, as we know, just a massive update, hit many, many sites, especially small niche publishers. I would say that I haven't seen really any major large scale sites get impacted by that. And which makes sense if you think about it, right? Because Google's evaluating all the content on a site. And if it deems that a majority of that content or a significant amount is unhelpful, then the classifier will be applied, right? That's why people that contact me, they're like, why haven't news sites been hit? Well, if you're a legitimate news site, you're not going to have a lot of unhelpful content. You may have pockets of it, but not enough where you're going to get absolutely destroyed, like a lot of sites that lost 70, 80% or more of their visibility overnight. So I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that piece of it or anything like that, but we could go further,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the complaints I see online about being hit by the helpful content update, some of them are not even actually helpful content update. It's like the August core update. So I think it's very important that when you look to see what you're hit by, when these algorithms, is to see when you first got hit and to make sure to align it to the right update. Although there are core updates and helpful content updates, the same advice applies. Make a great website, make great content, make sure there's not ads flying all over the place, all that type of stuff. Your laundry list, the one that you have provided numerous times to site owners or what they should do. But again, I think it's most important that you look at that and say, was I hit by this update or that update, or maybe it was something that was internal on my website that I made changes to. So I do agree. I do see a lot of niche, like specialty types of websites complaining about the helpful content update more than, let's say, a core update, like you said. I definitely agree with that. But then we had all these things happen with 2 back-to-back core updates right after that. And we definitely expected a helpful content update sooner. We haven't had one since September. So it's super interesting to see that Google hasn't released one yet.
Yeah, exactly. So with a lot of the sites, and I have over 700 documented that have been impacted by HCUs overall, but a lot of them were from the September update. They are smaller sites. There are a few hundred pages indexed. They're focused on a very specific topic. The most I saw it had like maybe 10,000 pages indexed. These are really small sites, right? They're not hundreds of thousands of pages, millions of pages or more. And the one thing that I wrote about in my post about it, which was that page experience was incorporated into the documentation for the helpful content update in April of 2023. We all kind of covered it, right, Barry? But no one was like, whoa, this is going to be big. But from everything I've seen, that is 100% incorporated into the September helpful content update. And again, this is really important. Some people are contacting me and going, well, it's aggressive ads alone or can't get you hit. No, it's not that. It's unhelpful content and aggressive ads who are terrible UX. It's the combination of the two. That was the kiss of death. I've seen it a million times. Lily has seen it. Cyrus has seen it. Everybody's seen it, right? But unfortunately, just like with broad core updates, a lot of site owners, I think, are too close to their own sites, right? They're like, I don't think this is aggressive. Meanwhile, I check it. I can't even find the content. It's like stacked ads, auto video playing, following you down the page. It's terrible stuff, which is why I always say run a user study, right? If you have real users that are objective and not tied to you in some way, they're probably going to bring up that the aggressive advertising was super horrible. So anyway, yeah, it's like small niche publishers with bad UX on top of unhelpful content, and no one has recovered from September yet that I've seen. And yeah, sure. Go ahead.
No, it's funny because Google kind of, like you said, warned us in 2022 about this helpful content update, and they released a couple of helpful content updates, and it didn't really have that much of an impact. So people are like, "Oh, I'm good. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to go by Google suggestions." And then, bam, they released that one in September, and it really had a big impact. It had the impact that Google conveyed to all of us that it would have. It was like, this is going to go after sites that are just trying to rank really well, and it's funny. It's like all the SEOs who got hit by this, not funny, it's kind of sad, but all the SEOs got hit by this is like, we want both. It's not like we just want to rank well in search. We also want to help users. This is not just about trying to rank very well. We also want to help users with their content. It's not one or the other. It's the same. And I think that's the big confusion is like, what is your primary purpose? For example, my site, Search Engine Roundtable, I got hit by tons. I got hit by a couple algorithm updates, and I didn't care. I honestly didn't care that my site was hit. I was like, oh, this is interesting. I found it fun, to be honest, because I cover this topic. And still, I have my audience. They were still going to the website. They still went there every single day. And I really just continued to build content to help users, even after that, just because not for search engines. And I don't know if you could separate the two, but if you can separate the two, I think you can probably say, you know what? Maybe I should make these changes because I think it's going to be helpful for users. Maybe I shouldn't stick ads here because I think it'll be better for users. Maybe I shouldn't go ahead and write this piece of content because it's not as useful for my user base, even though it might get a lot of traffic because Google Trends says it's trending or something like that. Think about what your users want, not what will rank well, not what will make you those amount of money and so forth. And I think that's very hard for a lot of people in the industry, including us, to go ahead and say, you know what, you're right, and this is what we need to do.
Yeah. And, to be honest, I have this giant list of sites impacted. I have not seen many make enough changes to be able to recover, to be honest with you. Now, Google, in my latest blog post, I talk about, different ways that the helpful content update can evolve. And this is based upon understanding previous punitive algorithm updates like Panda and Penguin, right? So when you look at how those evolved, and they did evolve over time, and both were retired, by the way, both were kind of baked into Google's core ranking algorithm and then retired. I mean, the HCU potentially could do that over time if Google sees that what it was going after, which is improving the search results and getting rid of sites that it thinks is just targeting search and not humans, if that gets to what it really needs to be. But you really need to improve your site. Now, since there were tons of small niche publishers, unfortunately, that means almost your entire site needs to be revamped, right? I mean, if you have 400 pages indexed, 300 are unhelpful, you have a lot of work to do, right? And this is part of the reason that I think a lot of sites have not recovered from the September HCU. And, in order to do that, and by the way, even if you fixed everything by November or December, we're not even enough time out. The HCU, basically Google, the system needs to see all of those changes in place for months, they said. Forget about the weeks thing that just happened. It's not weeks. It's months. I mean, Danny explained that to me from before it was actually released when he spoke to a few SEOs, and I was one of them. So fix your site significantly, and then over months, you should be able to recover. It may be during another HCU, or it may be as the classifier is dropped from your site. But if you don't fix your site, you can't complain, in my opinion. You need to fix it.
Yeah. Plus, donating also helps you fix your site, just so you know. As part of the ranking factors. I'm just joking.
It's one of the signals Google's using, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting because, again, we haven't seen these sporadic and like in between Google like updates and ranking improvements with the helpful content update between that. And Google and Danny Sullivan got in trouble for, saying weeks, within 2 weeks, within a couple weeks, not 2 weeks, which he then said, within a couple weeks can mean within several months. And it's just, we haven't seen it, and that's concerning to me. I wonder if the next helpful content update will be significantly tweaked, where it runs faster, where it's less punitive, where it's, I don't know. I don't think Google's going to double down on this one. I could be wrong, but who knows? Yeah,
I mean, again, my latest post provides several scenarios that could happen. They could target larger sites that have pockets of unhelpful content, which has not really happened, right? They could lessen the severity of the classifier, right? Although that will kind of go against what they're trying to do. It could be more granular, like Penguin got to, where it impacts specific URLs. But then you're giving spammers, right, a very good clue on what that threshold is. And I don't know if Google's going to go down that path, right? So it should be interesting. I do think we're going to see changes with the next HCU. I believe we probably will see some recoveries. But again, if you really need to take a look at your site and figure out, are you really doing this for humans, or is it for search volume, right? I mean, is it to get people there or just to monetize, or are you truly trying to help people? That's what Google's really going after with the HCU. And if the first few were just hit very extreme sites, and then the September one demolished a whole slew of niche publishers. So we shall see where that goes. But before we get off, we should probably talk about the reviews update a little bit. because that's.
I was going to just make a quick comment. Like, if all else fails, just go ahead and use AI to write a lot of content. And if that doesn't help you, then just post on Reddit and you'll rank very well there and you're good to go. But let's talk about reviews.
Yeah. So with the reviews update, I mean, it was a really big move. So if you want to talk about a system evolving, right? You had the product reviews update evolve into the reviews update. And now it's actually, we're not going to hear about any specific reviews updates because now it's being improved on an ongoing basis on a regular pace behind the scenes, right? So if they do something radically to it, I think we'll hear about it. But for the most part, it's kind of now gone. So if you think about the way Panda moved, the way Penguin moved, the reviews update, which is more about, it's not a punitive algorithm update. It's not a punitive system like Penguin and Panda and the HCU. It's more about rewarding really good content, although your drop, from it could seem like it's a punitive algorithm update. But now it's behind the scenes. So it's almost gone. Like, you will not really know unless all you focus on is reviews or reviews, and then you drop during outside of a core update, then you could maybe say, hey, this was a reviews update. If not, you just need to improve your site overall. And the review, it's not just product reviews, it's any type of content that can provide recommendations like that. So it's been pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, a little surprised they said they're not going to confirm future normal reviews updates, because it was only after the second, in February 2023 was the last product reviews update. Then they switched it in April to the reviews update. And then the next reviews update was like, this is the next reviews update. It's in November, and we're not talking about them ever again. I was really shocked about that. I mean, how else are people supposed to go ahead and make really great cat food reviews and try to succeed with that stuff?
I've covered a million times what I call dueling machine learning systems, right? And that was crazy to see. Core update hits the site, reviews update surges back, or vice versa. I mean, and for some review sites, I've shared these in presentations and in blog posts. It was even outside of reviews updates and core updates where these sites were gaining all their search visibility back, losing it all like 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later. I mean, so to me, my guess is they were like, we can't have these systems dueling, right? We need to just get, and John Mueller said from the beginning, he could see the product reviews update baked into Google's core ranking algorithm. That's close to what we have now. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but they're not revealing when there's an update. So it's kind of just moving along on a regular pace, and they're improving it and things are changing. But if you have a review site that was impacted by one of these, and I have thousands literally documented over all of the updates, you just need to really fix your review situation. And a lot of them are just really thin reviews, like a paragraph, a few sentences, a link to Amazon, and so on and so forth. I mean, you need to look at Wirecutter and go, how do I emulate this? And it is not easy, but that's what you need to do, in my opinion.
Right. And there was that whole article from housefresh.com about, it was just interesting. Right. It's just, the whole industry is in a big uproar about all this type of stuff. And also people are like, oh, we're not going to see another update at all, because when Google announced the reviews update and said we're not going to announce any other future reviews update, and they haven't announced any other updates since November, people are like, oh, wait, Google's done announcing updates. That's not true. Google will announce future core updates, future helpful content updates and spam updates. It's just this reviews update that it's affected by. And I think not having an update in the past 16 plus weeks now has been really frustrating, especially if you were hit by the September update, the September helpful content update. You feel like you're kind of stuck. And I haven't seen this type of negativity in the space in a long time, maybe since Panda, really, honestly, Panda days. I haven't seen this much negativity.
Yeah, I mean, with Panda, like I just wrote in my last post, the beautiful part about Panda is every 6 to 8 weeks it rolled out again. So you literally had a chance to come back, and there were plenty of sites I helped recover from Panda. A lot of sites would recover from Panda. Sometimes when it was an adjustment to Panda, other times sites really fixed what was going on from a thin and low quality content standpoint. But yeah, I mean, with the reviews update, with updates in general, they do a ton of evaluation in between updates, right? I mean, Google's Paul Harr explained that to me at the Webmaster Conference. You were there sitting right next to me. And they said that's a bottleneck to them rolling out broad core updates, right? But now we have multiple systems at play, right? So think about it. And we probably are seeing this left and right where, one system, they do something to one system and there are 4 other negative changes that go on with other systems that are at play, right? We see lots of spam in the search results right now. Why is that happening? I was digging into some this morning. It's crazy. They're ranking for very competitive queries. they'll probably be gone in a few days or less, but then it will pop up somewhere else. So I think what's going on is you have these major systems at play where they tweak one and it has these effects on others. And I think it's super hard for them to reel in at this point. That's my opinion. And that's one reason I think the review system is now behind the scenes. They're like, we could make changes there and then things happen and we don't need to worry about it, right? Remember Conch House? I mean, They made like $400,000 in a few weeks or something like that, basically from reviews that they spam to, the nth degree. So I'm sure stuff like that is going on. We just don't know it, or we're picking it up and then they're fixing it. And, so there's just a lot going on. And I don't envy Google. I'm sure it's very tough to have all these systems, working at one time.
Yeah, it's a different beast. Well, we ran out of time, I think, but I'm sure we could talk for the next 2 days about this topic. But I feel bad taking over. So everybody, thanks again, and make sure to donate.
Great, thank you. Definitely donate.
Yeah, fantastic session. Thank you, buddies. Thank you, Glenn. And we have a new session, which is Kyle Roof and Amma. You can ask him anything you want to ask. And here's the man here. So before we go into session, I'll just show what we got so far in terms of money. Okay, we have $630. We also have 140 euros on a PayPal link, because there are two possibilities. We also have 2 new members. When I said members, it's people who donate regularly. It's usually $10 a month or $20 a month. I would ask if you can consider, instead of single donation, to do a regular one, because this project is not like project we have to reach some goal and that's it. After that we can go and watch a Netflix or something. Animals, they eat every day. Surprisingly, they getting sick, they need medicine, they getting medicine and everything. So this project has never ended. So if you can think of regular donation, go for membership, because it really helps, because you really know, okay, this month you will get at least, I don't know, $500, $600, $700, and it really helps. Okay, thank you for that. I'll put links for the donation into live chat as well. Also, you can you can scan a QR code and donate. Okay, it's all yours. Sorry about that. It's all yours, Kyle.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Hello, Kyle. We have received lots of questions for your Ask Me Anything session. But if someone wants to add something or wants to ask something spontaneously, you're welcome to. And if the question is good enough, I'll show it and we'll discuss it as well. Kyle is,
and can I say before we start, in my session, I will match every donation dollar for dollar up to $500.
That's cool.
Let's
Thank
do
you
it.
So much.
You have to do it. But you have to say it's for the cats, because I don't give any money to dogs. I only give money to cats. So I need the cat people to come in, but I will match every donation dollar for dollar up to $500.
Okay. Kyle, you also are very known, and everyone knows you like not only Lorem Ipsum guy, but also the one who tests everything. You even have this test patent, and we'll discuss it further on. And you always discuss some innovative technologies or some interesting tests during your talks, including in Chiang Mai. And one of them I tried to implement myself when you said that you can try using Google Ads for one of your keywords that the page is ranking for, but not high enough. And that may push it a bit higher. And so I tried it on 5 pages on one of the websites, but nothing happened. So yeah, I only spent money for the ads, and it didn't result in me ranking even 1 point higher. What did I do wrong? So what didn't I take into account, or how can I make it work for myself, for example?
I called Google about this, and they said they don't like you. So they, that was the main problem. That was it. So the pages that I showed were pages that are indexed, but they're not doing anything. Almost like a shadow ban, like a page that it's there and it exists, but it's not moving. And for those pages, it works. So I think what I showed in that test is that you can use it definitely for indexing, kind of getting pages to show up. Now, I've done it in what you're talking about, like maybe we can move a little bit. And a bunch of people have contacted me since I showed that test and say they've done that. They've had some success moving it up, but I can't guarantee you're going to move from page 2 to page 1. We're going to move out of all. But what I feel good about is using this as a form of those pages that they exist, but they don't. Like they're in the index, but for whatever reason, they're not ranking for anything. So I think use it for pages that kind of need that indexing boost. And those are the ones that I think this technique can be most successful for.
Okay, that makes sense and is much more knowledgeable. So you've got this patent. I want to show it, and which means you are doing lots of testing. Actually, it is here. It's real. So it's the real patent by Kyle Roof, registered in 2020. And with expiration date on 2037. Why did you do that? Why did you decide to go and register a patent like that?
So initially, this was a marketing stunt. That was the only reason it was done, was for marketing. I was working with Dory Friend, and we were doing SIA together, which was a testing group. And she was like, hey, and she has a couple of patents. And she was like, hey, let's apply for a patent, and we can say that this is patent pending in terms of like the methodology. That was done. And I think we applied in like 2016, somewhere around there. And then it was actually approved in 2020, which was shocking to everybody involved. like we weren't expecting it at all, but it was initially done as just a marketing move more than anything, to be like, oh, these test methods are patent pending. And it turned out they got patented. Now I have to say, I feel like I patented fire. Like I'm not entirely sure if I were to try to sue somebody that this patent would hold up, but I enjoy having it. I'm very happy that I have it. It's very, very cool, but I'm not exactly sure if I could apply it anywhere or protect it in any way.
That was my second question. Like there are a cohort of SEOs who follow Google's patents, read them a lot and try to see their hidden secrets.
Right.
Do you think Google applies any of their patents? Are they applicable to search? Can we rank using that?
Absolutely not. I think the number that I heard was that Google has 5,000 patents, something like that, and there's no chance that they are applying all of those. And simply because they have the technology doesn't mean they're using the technology. I would imagine they're using some of them, but there's no chance that they're using all of those. I think in one sense, you're protecting technology. So it's the technology they have, they understand, they're going to try to protect that. On the other hand, I can see them doing things as just a bit of a red herring, that people can chase their tails a little bit, and and follow what's going on. So I think the technology exists. They're certainly not using them. And I would also point out, if they have two methods of doing something, one way that's super cool and neat, but is expensive to do, and another way to do it that is, pretty straightforward and much more cost effective, and the results are about the same, they're going to take the cheaper method. Yes, for cats, for sure. They're going to take the cheaper method, So even if they have the technology and it could be, marginally better, if they can do it in a way that is much more cost effective, that's the way they're going to do it. Because at the end of the day, they're trying to make money. So they need to keep it as cost effective as possible. And I think the way that they have been doing it, and the way that they will probably continue to do it for a while, is the way that's probably not that fancy patent. Because I think that's just how they go about doing business.
We have a question from Bibi. Bibi wants to make an affiliate site. Let's believe that. What is a good and easy niche?
A product that nobody knows about yet. There you go.
How to find
then you will own the whole SERP. Something that I'm actually, I think, genuinely bad at is finding niches. I don't think that's my special skill at all. A lot of people talk about, like, you know how to rank websites, you know how to do things really well, but something that I've really never figured out is like finding a niche, and that's not my special skill at all. And so I don't have a lot of affiliate sites because I don't think I'm good at that. I think I'm good at putting strategy together. I'm good at finding answers. I'm good at putting things together for a long-term plan. But finding a niche and working a site is something that I don't think I'm really good at, and it's something that I don't really do.
Okay. There is an interesting remark from Dixon Jones. How many Google's patents do you think would stand up for really challenge? And in the UK, you cannot patent math.
I think you can patent math if you write it so difficultly that the patent guy looks at it and is like, all right. Because that's all it comes down to. It's like some patent person has to look at it and be like, looks unique enough. I think you can get anything patented, to be honest. How many patents do I think they're using? I don't really know. I think Koray said that he's read 3,000 of those patents. And that's a stag. I don't think I've read enough books to Have you ever read a patent? Have you looked at a patent? They're absurd. They're impossible to read. They're wildly difficult. They're very long. It has to be just a handful that they're really using. 50, 70, 100, something like that. Is it like what's actually really in play when you look at the total corpus of 5,000 existing patents?
What do you think about the future of the search? What if there are no search left in how we know it, but there are only AI assistants? What will we do if that happens as SEOs?
As long as there's a computer producing the results, as long as there's an algorithm producing the results, there will be SEO. The only time that goes away is if there are actual humans that are curating the results. But if it's a computer, that computer algorithm is based on math, and that's what we have now, there will be optimization. So we will always exist so long as a computer is the one that is generating the results. As soon as we're in trouble is if they have some army of humans that can pick out the actual best results. But I don't see that ever happening. And as a result, I don't see SEO ever dying. We might pivot, things might change a little bit. We might have different search engines or different things to do. But as long as it is math-based, as long as there's a computer that is making these choices, there will be optimization. And if there's optimization, there's search engine optimization. That's where SEOs come in. So that will always exist so long as a computer is doing the work. And I don't see it becoming, an army of humans anytime soon. So I think we're going to be okay. And actually, when you think about the results right now, when you have kind of those AI extra features, kind of bonus featured snippets, if you will. I see that as two levels of optimization. First, to get into that top 10, and second, to get into those areas. So as an SEO, I see that's more opportunity. That's more work, to get into optimize for this and optimize for that. That might be a little extra work that we can do. And as SEOs, we might make a little more money.
And that was another question. So what do you think it is better to focus on in 2024 in terms of SEO? And it was one of the questions people asked in the form that we submitted before from Maria.
What should we focus on in 2024? Is that the question?
Yeah. What would you suggest to do now? Because it's kind of uncertainty and everything's evolving and changes so fast, and it's not clear how everything will go. So what should a person and SEO focus? Because we just cannot do everything,
I reject the premise a little bit that everything is changing so quickly or everything changes so much, because in my experience, as I say things, the core part of SEO does not change that much. If you think of a bell curve, that 80% in the middle of the bell curve really doesn't change. It's like that 10% on either side. That's what changes. And that's often going after people that are trying to game, the algorithm. And that's really where they're at. But that middle core part does not change all that much. And it can't change because that creates the results that they have. They can't make huge fundamental changes to that core part because the results are there. And to be perfectly honest, people like the results. The only people that complain about the results are the people watching this. SEOs are the ones that complain. Ask your parents or your grandparents or your aunts and your uncles how they search and what do they're fine. you know, I live in Thailand. My dad actually came for a visit about a month ago, which was really, really nice. And I asked him what he thought about like the new features that are showing up. And he was like, what new features? What are you talking about? Like he's completely unaware like that there's anything new going on in Google. He goes into Google, he types in what he needs to know, and he gets the answers that he's looking for, and he's quite happy with that. So as a result, Google's not going to change it that much. There's no incentive for them to change it that much because the people that complain are us, you know, and that's it. But the people that are actually using Google are pretty happy with the results that they're getting, you know. So that part doesn't change that much. So as a result, as SEOs, we don't need to run around that, you know, the sky is falling and all this change is happening. If you understand kind of the base is going to be there, and you can work on a framework of how things work and why things work, then you're going to be okay. So for 2024, if you're confused about the why, like if you haven't really worked out that part, why do these things work? Why does this happen? That's what I would focus on, getting that framework together more so than chasing any kind of shiny object or any new anything. You know, I think you'll be all right.
And I've also been using your tool, of course, for a while, Page Optimize Pro, and in there you have this section for EEAT, authority trust signals. So I assume that you think that there are some signals that can be attributed to that, and that can be measured and that can be improved. Have you tested them separately? Can you share the results of those tests, if any?
So those things are really impossible to test separately. Or I mean, you can test them, but they're not going to move rank. So the things we've looked at, and none of the EAT signals will move you up. But it's the kind of thing that if when there's an EAT check, because it's not, I don't think it's an if it's going to happen. It's like when there's a check for EAT, if you've covered those things, you essentially maintain your rank. You know, you keep the rankings that you have because you've shown that you're a site that's worthy of being in the index. So the thing about EAT is that you should do those things to make sure that you're a site that will be perceived as trustworthy, and you need to do it in a way that is so that a bot can see it. Keep in mind that a human isn't looking at your site and be like, oh, this looks pretty trustworthy. In the same way that a human's not going to your office and seeing like, oh, okay, you're legit. It's a bot coming through. So what we've done in POP is gone through the signals from the quality rater guidelines that we can see that a bot can find, and we've identified those things, and that's what we're putting into our EAT dashboard. And it's also important to understand that it's never ticking one box. You know, it's never like I did this one thing and now I'm good, because it's not. It's kind of ticking enough of the boxes to show that your site should be in the index in the first place. And that's what you want to cover. So as many of those things you can do. I would also point out that real companies don't have issues with EAT, you know, because they're not trying to hide who they are. Sites that have problem with EAT are usually like affiliate sites because they are actually trying to hide who they are. But if you're an actual business, like what you should think about is like, how can I make myself legitimate? And how you can make yourself legitimate is becoming a real site, you know, becoming a real company. And the more you can do of that, and the more you can present of that, is how you can then avoid any EAT type issues.
How do I test? For example, I decide to test something, but there's so much volatility. This update, that update. Some updates are part of the systems, and reviews update now is part of review system or something like that. How do I approach the testing at all? Is there any possibility for single variable tests left or anything?
Yeah, I do them all the time. They still all totally work. You know, and like running pages in lorem ipsum still works. You can do English ipsum if you'd like. But you can, usually the problem that people have with testing is that they have this concept, you know, or maybe like a technique or a thing, and it's this big. What you need to do is kind of narrow it down to what is that actual thing that is moving the needle. What's that actual thing that is the important factor here? And that's what you need to try to conceptualize down to. And if you can get it down to that one thing, then that is always testable. You can always test down to one thing. Some things are easier than others, of course, but often people get kind of overwhelmed with the testing idea because they're thinking like, I need to test this, but you don't, not really. Like, what are you actually looking at? What's the thing that might be moving the needle? And if you can get down to that, then it's still all very, very testable.
And how do you interpret the results? For example, you are doing some tests. Sometimes it's not the test itself, but how you approach the interpreting the results you get from it, and what you attribute this or that result to. And because in the niches, different niches, you can have different results on the same variable, and there are also some variables that only play out in complex, only together, for example. So they don't work in separate, but they work only like how to do that. Is there like some management system on how to manage this all and interpret the results correctly?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there are two parts to that. One is tests need to be repeatable, meaning you can do it again. Doing it one time doesn't really mean all that much. You need to do it a few times. To be statistically relevant, it needs to be 95% on its p-value. And so that takes getting something right 6 times in a row, between 5 and 6 times in a row. So repeating a test that many times can give you that confidence that what you've done then is something that is real. You can fast forward that, though, if you can test in the inverse. So if you do something one way and you get the result, and then if you do the test in the inverse and get the opposite result, I think you can fast forward on that and you feel really good about the results you're getting. The extra part of that is then being public about your test and showing what you're doing and making sure that people can try the test again in order to validate what you've done and give it a go. So kind of either doing tests multiple times and getting the same result, doing tests in the inverse, that gives you a lot of confidence, but then also showing people what you've done, then to talk about this is what it was, this is what we got, and then how we can kind of that peer review part, which there is no academic standard in SEO for anything, but you can talk to professionals and show like, this is what we did, this is how we're doing it, this is how we think we can apply it. And that's where I think you can kind of get into these results and what they actually mean.
But then you are testing everything on synthetic sites, for example, with not so much traffic. But now we know from the Google court and trial documents that they are using user signals heavily. So when you've tested everything and you roll out that on a live site with some traffic, hopefully, and you might not get these results because of the user signals. How to like connect it together so that you have
that's not entirely true. We run tests on sites that are getting traffic, that are sites that are built for that to do those types of things. But at a minimum, maybe at a baseline, you can say this is what the base level algorithm is. You have to figure the algorithm starts somewhere, and I think with a lot of confidence we can say like this is where the baseline is, and then from there, then you might have your user signals, or you might have this signal or that signal, and whatever it is. That's fine. But we can find where like the things start. This is the floor. And then as keywords get more competitive, as niches get more competitive, as things happen, then other factors might layer in. And I think that's where maybe the user signals might come in. But that's at a much higher level. But at a minimum, we can find like, where do things start? What do we need to do at a beginning to say like, okay, now we know we've given ourselves the best chance to rank this particular. We're doing the things that give us the best opportunity to rank. And I think at a minimum, we can say we can find that point. But to what you're saying, though, we can test on sites that are getting some traffic and see those things as well. Testing user signals is extremely hard. I've never seen, I think Rand Fishkin at Moz famously 8 years ago did one on click-through rate, right? Where they had everybody click on a particular result and it actually moved up. That is the only test I've ever seen successfully done on any kind of user engagement type signal. After that, though, those tests are extremely hard to do, and it's extremely hard to nail down what actually might be going on with user metrics in a testing environment.
And how do you think about these changes recently? We have so many Reddit results now at the top and authoritative websites in the top, and they are pushing niche websites down to the bottom. Is there any way to still win top positions for these smaller websites, small businesses, small niche websites? Or is it is it related maybe to some user signals that Google has already accumulated? And if it is, and Google has accumulated these signals for Reddit and for big publishers, how small publishers can accumulate similar signals than if they are already at the bottom? So what should people do with that?
With Reddit and Quora hitting the search results, it's one of the few times where I feel like they directly inserted something, where they did something that feels like they intentionally got those sites into the SERPs, and it caused a lot of problems. I am hoping that some of that rolls back, but that's one of the few times in the decade that I've been doing SEO where you can see something that looks like they really intentionally did that. Like, it wasn't just like we changed our algorithm a little bit and these are the sites showing up. They did something that really seems very intrusive to their algorithm, and that seems extremely short-sighted as something to do. But with a lot of the SERPs, what a lot of it looks like to me is something that you might be playing with, like in a local SEO space. There are times when you look at a SERP and there are mixed results with national and local. When you look at those results, almost all the results might be national, and there might be like 2 local spots. And then so from a strategy perspective, you have to realize that you might only have 2 places you can get in that SERP. My site is local, so I might only have actually 2 opportunities in there, and then I'm actually gunning for one of those 2 sites. I see that very similar to what's going on right now. When you look at the SERPs, how many sites on that page are actually sites that look like yours? And then that's going to tell you how many opportunities you have. So before you might have had 4 or 5 spots that you could take, but now you might be down to 1 or 2. So then that's a business decision you need to make. Like, is it worth us going after those 1 or 2 potential spots? That's how I think the mindset has to be. That's been the mindset in local for people that are doing good local strategy. You could honestly look at and say how many opportunities you had to be in that SERP. Same with these types of things. With these other sites that have come in, there's these other sites that exist. How many opportunities do we have with a site like mine? Do they actually appear in these SERPs? And then there's probably going to be 1 or 2, and then you realize you're only going after 1 or 2 spots, and then you have to kind of make that budget, time, resource decision. Is it worth us to go after because we only have 2 possible or 1 possible spots within these SERPs? That's the evaluation that I would do after this last update.
Montse is asking, what is the one thing to avoid to have a successful test according to your experience?
The one thing to avoid. Anything you do to one test page, you have to do to all of them to feel good about what you're doing. So you're going to have multiple test pages running for a particular test. It's very tempting to go look at one page. If you go look at one page, you want to look at all of them to make sure you've done the same thing. So you want to keep things as, variable free as possible. And so just anything you're doing to one, make sure you're doing to all, except for, obviously for that one thing that you're testing. That's only going to go on one page.
We had a session right before you about the updates, and Barry and Glenn mentioned that they have not seen any recoveries from helpful content updates yet. And you have these testing capabilities, and you have these tools that can track what's happening in the search results. Why do you think is that? And how can people actually leave this? It's not a penalty, but recover from this update. What can they do if no one understands what's happening?
I also haven't seen any recovery from this. I saw some chatter on Reddit the other day that some people are claiming that they're getting some stuff back, but I also have not seen any tangible recovery for any sites that have been massively hit. And that goes for, sites that I know that have done things correctly, sites that have all human written content that's fantastic, they're doing all the right things. They don't have a lot of ads on their site, they've done all the right things and they're still trying to improve. And those types of sites still seem to have been caught up in this update quite unfairly, which is extremely disappointing. But I have not seen any tangible updates or anybody that says that, like, yeah, definitely, I lost 90% and now I'm back. I haven't seen anybody say that they've recovered and shown that they've recovered. So I can't sit here and say that I've got the answers to that, because I don't. I wish I did. I really wish I did. Not so much for myself, but just for the people that, their livelihoods have been really wrecked, which is extremely unfortunate. And it's one of those kind of interesting things when you're kind of like, we live and die by Google, right? We were making so much money, and then all of a sudden one thing like that, when they clearly insert something into the algorithm, ended up harming so many people that are, good business people, and they're all doing it right. It's an unfortunate situation, and I genuinely hope that there's a core update that starts to correct some of this, and I hope that comes soon.
I see. Okay, we have approached the time. We have one more question for you in the chat, if you can answer it there, because we are now going to our next session. Thank you so much, Carl, for all your answers. I have not been able to ask all the questions I had, but I hope we can do sometime again in the future. And thank everyone for donating during Carl's session, and continue to do that.
All right. Thanks so much, everyone.
Okay, now we have Navah Hopkins and Ulrika Viberg, and Anton will present. Yeah. Hello.
With absolutely pleasure, we will have
Hi, friends.
Session. Next session with Navah Hopkins and Ulrika Viberg. Ulrika, by the way, what a nice T-shirt you have.
I was going to say the same to you. You look so good today.
Yeah, okay. Guys, by the way, it's as a courtesy for our regular donors who are member who donate regular, will print this shirt, and send it to you. And I used my personal own money to print them. By the way, they printed in Ukraine. To print them and to ship it to you. And it's actually very good quality, by the way. Besides, okay. So if you can be our member, if you can donate regularly, please do. Okay, guys, I do want to say thank you for our sponsors as well. If you can, our sponsors on the screen, I'll just go through them very, very, very quickly. If we can have them. Any chance? Olesia, can we have our sponsors on the screen?
Yes. Just a moment.
That moment when sponsors are so altruistic, they're willing to sponsor even without being on screen.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
So I do have to say about sponsors, because they really place enough money and effort. And one of the sponsors.
Just can you say that in your microphone, please? Yeah,
one of our sponsor is Optimizer, and actually Navah Hopkins is from Optimizer. Okay, without further ado, just go ahead and talk about what you wanted to talk.
Cool. So let me share my screen and let me pick my correct window. And we should be good. All right, you all should see. Good. Okay. Well, first and foremost, I wanted to thank every single person for being at this event, for supporting not just the puppies and the kitties, because we all love them, but for supporting the people of Ukraine and Anton in particular. I can't think of a more altruistic and force for good in the industry. And when he asked me to share a session, I was more than delighted. And I was more than delighted because this actually hit very near and dear to my heart, the idea of A/B testing. I have 3 rescue dogs, HK, Freya, and Momo. And Momo, actually, we were thinking about rehoming because she had several bite incidents with myself, my husband, with my other dogs. And the idea of rehoming her and putting her through that system again was just too bad to bear. So I could not think of a better metaphor for the idea of wasted spend and bad efforts than the idea of variable testing to make it so that an amazing dog, who is genuinely an amazing dog, could find her forever home with us, and that you don't give up on something that is important. You just pivot how you think about it. So if you've been stressed, or if you've been feeling like, oh man, nothing's working, give yourself grace, pick out your variables and test. Don't feel like you have to give up on something really important. So one of the reasons that I also believe in doing this is that it's not just about the losses, it's also about the wins. You want to make sure that you understand why you're winning. If something is converting really well, or if you're driving really good revenue, you want to make sure that you're getting that. So there are essentially 3 buckets of variables to consider. One bucket is going to be who you're targeting. The next bucket is going to be kind of the account structure and audiences, pieces like that. Then you're also going to think about that creative. Granted, I acknowledge I'm a PPC in an SEO session, but I see a lot of the lessons learned on PPC also translating over to the SEO side, because a lot of the data that you learn about how people want to engage with you can then inform what ideas you run on the SEO side. So I want to go through real quick just baseline audiences and how to think about each particular type. So with Google Audiences, if you're going to have a customer match list, which now does require you to include that you have that consent and that the person signed off that they consent to you using that information for marketing, it didn't used to require that. You need at least 1,000 people in that list. Otherwise, you're going to be relying on native audiences. And one of the reasons I like testing using native audiences for signals or for general campaigns is that you're able to see, can I trust the native platform, or should I be using those to exclude? Or is it more of an issue of I need to build my own list? So it's important to understand the distinctions between the 2 types of audiences. From an exclusion standpoint, I strongly recommend thinking about who you don't want from a targeting standpoint versus who you do, simply because from a privacy first world, our ability to specifically target folks has really gone downhill. Whereas if we know, okay, we definitely don't want this, we can clear the slate of our variables. So really good example, Momo, when we were figuring out kind of what was setting her off, one of the big things was bones. So we knew we had to get those bones out of the house. We tried putting them back in. It was a total relapse. So knowing what you don't want and what you shouldn't include, absolutely critical. The next piece that I strongly recommend thinking about with audiences is actually including your competitor segments and testing to see if who you're considering a competitor actually results in the people you want. So one of the things that you can do within Google is actually include a custom intent list of all of the websites that you think your person is going to, and this is, you can basically build a competitor list. You're not actually targeting competitor terms. You're targeting people who have engaged with your competitors or sites like your competitors. And if you agree with the performance that's resulting from that, you can then make moves towards going for those people. If you're seeing that lead quality or sales quality goes down, that's a great sign to know, hey, you know what? I may be positioning myself as too expensive or too cheap, or I'm not quite meeting the need of my customer or my desired customer. Let me go back to the drawing board. On the Microsoft side, it is still that 1,000 people that you need. The caveat to this is that you do not need a minimum spend like you do on the Google side. So on the Google side, you need at least $50,000 of ad spend before you can use a customer match audience or a customer match audience. On Microsoft, you can do it from the get-go. You just need to have those 1,000 people. Additionally, Microsoft factors in LinkedIn. And part of the reason why I'm going to the mechanics of the audiences and how they play together is simply because testing the different audiences is one of the really powerful levers at your disposal. Keyword targeting, unfortunately, is not nearly as powerful as audience targeting is in today's world, just with how keywords have evolved. And so by layering in audiences and understanding how they behave, you really can A/B test your way to victory. Amazon audiences are getting a shout out here because Amazon is one of the most underrated resources from a targeting standpoint. From a first party data, absolutely exceptional. I really love that they actually bake in those protections around pricing. One thing that's important to consider around using Amazon audiences, they are always going to be or statements. They are never and statements. So when you're building out your campaigns, you're kind of testing your audiences and you're figuring out, am I serving to the right people? This is a very powerful way to confirm or to deny that a particular idea is correct. And then finally with Facebook, praise be, we only need 100 people. But unfortunately, Facebook also gets very tricky on the targeting standpoint, and you need to kind of jerry-rig your campaigns a little bit. So definitely recommend being aware of how Facebook audiences behave from a seed perspective. But you also want to be mindful that a list of 100 people is much less statistically significant than a list of 1,000. So if you're looking to test, I strongly recommend thinking about Facebook more as a creative tester versus an audience tester. Next, thinking about our visual content versus our written content. One thing I actually found very interesting about how campaigns or brands will translate their display ads to text ads to landing pages. It really goes into that idea of testing what's more important, what's the through line that I need to carry through, and how do I translate that across different mediums. So in this particular case with Klaviyo, I actually really love that they have a more specific targeted idea for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, whereas the targeted email campaign with pre-built automation, it's much more functional. The other thing that is important to note around the text creative, when you're writing your ads, if you are replicating the data that you have for your SEO link, that's going to be a mistake. You actually want to take that extra step and come up with new and interesting creative to test, because this is that opportunity. One important note here, Google and Microsoft have something called dynamic search ads. And now with PMAX, it had with final URL expansion. If you do not opt out of it, it will crawl your full site and serve ads that you may not intend to have there. So I strongly recommend testing and exploring all the various strategies that an ad network might put forward to you, but just bear in mind what those implications are. With Salesforce, I actually really love the how can AI help versus a much more specific, straight to the point. What's nice about visual content is that you're able to speak to a very targeted demographic, whereas with text ads, you might not quite be as sure who you're speaking to. So just being able to play with those visuals is critical. I've then wanted to include one that I didn't like. I actually found this particular ad atrocious on both sides, and it's fitting because Comcast typically has pretty mediocre internet. That's a US thing, but it is what it is. But what's actually really interesting about both of these is that I'm not actually being given an answer for my question of internet for business versus personal. Comcast has the opportunity to address that it's for small business and that like I need to figure that out. T-Mobile actually does a really good job. T-Mobile for small biz internet, small business deals, they're acknowledging that I probably want a deal or I probably am budget conscious. Comcast, unfortunately, is falling flat. Now, I mentioned cookie consent before. When it comes to the landing page and kind of testing different cookie consent modules or CRO modules, we all want to make sure that we're accounting for cumulative layout shift and that we're making sure that it's rendering well, at least 5 seconds in, ideally at least 8, but 5 seconds is the minimum. One consideration, though, when it comes to your cookie consent, a lot of people think that they can get away with just saying, I accept all the things because I want to access this site. That is not going to cut it in starting essentially tomorrow and moving forward. You really do need to spell out all of those individual bits of tracking. And I acknowledge that it's very frustrating when you're looking to test that, hey, I'm giving up my ability to track. Include the cookie consent, make sure that you're layering that in for your audiences, make sure that you're layering that in general. Just be really strict about your UTM parameters so that you can know who went where, but make sure that your cookie consent is in place. From a landing page perspective, I strongly recommend exploring the idea of color and the idea of font, but not both at the same time. One of the reasons that this particular landing page actually ended up getting me to spend double the amount on my 10-year return to Iceland, we went there for our honeymoon, we're going there for our 10-year anniversary, is because the fonts were easy to read. And ironically, the find my price being read actually worked out better in my favor versus the request info, because it felt like, all right, I gotta get on this now. I gotta get on this now. Typically, we think about red or orange being danger colors or not quite as good, but when layered correctly and when applied correctly, it can actually be very powerful. Also noting trust signals and kind of testing which trust signals benefit you the best. Is it better to have reviews? Is it better to have kind of marks of approval from third-party sources? What are the trust signals that really signal that success? And then from a conversion tracking standpoint, if you don't trust your data, you do need to make sure that you're excluding those pieces, and I'll go through that in a second. But you also want to be mindful, especially with platforms like Facebook that require quite a number of conversions, that you're owning which are your primary actions versus your secondary actions. Definitely recommend thinking about your general lead flow, customer flow, and if you're not sure whether an action is useful or not, set it all as secondary action so that it's not impacting your bidding or your reporting. You then can make those adjustments. And as I mentioned, data exclusions are a way to kind of remove a data set during your testing period. You shouldn't do this all the time, but if you know that you're A/B testing pretty aggressively and there's going to be some volatility in the performance due to that testing, totally fine to exclude the data. Also, when you're getting your conversion tracking set up, this is particularly important from a GA4 perspective. So I mentioned not to test everything all at once. We do not want to test for all of these at the same time. I have kind of a major matrix grid of what is your cost piece. So they're essentially campaign A, campaign B, campaign C. Your campaign A, and this can be for paid or organic, is going to be your most important. This is your mission critical. This is your bread and your butter. Your campaign B is important, but it's not mission critical. And your campaign C is kind of your wild and crazy stepchild, random kid over there ideas. So for cost, I definitely see campaign A exclusively as an investment, not cost, because every single dollar invested, and it should be treated as such, should result in a return. So if it's not, then we have a problem. With campaign B, cost is a reasonable question. And so this is where you maybe have that freedom to test because we acknowledge that there could be some waste. And campaign C is typically always going to have a lower cost. From a priority standpoint, campaign A is clearly the most important. Campaign C is the least. But risk tolerance is another piece I wanted to touch on with you. Campaign A should be the most risk-averse campaign in your mix. You should never, ever do anything to your campaign A's unless they are proven. I.e., we were testing different dog food for our dogs. And before we subscribed to have the food delivered monthly, we definitely did a lot of testing. But once we knew that we found our perfect fit, we have our monthly subscription. Whereas campaign B, campaign C, campaign B, we might be a little bit more tolerant of those tests. And this is why we do our A/B tests in our campaign Bs. The problem with campaign C and running tests is that the performance is typically so mediocre or below average because it represents the wild and crazy ideas that you can't predict performance. You're not going to be able to necessarily prove that the test works. So try to contain your A/B test to campaign B so that the winner can be applied to campaign A. Give yourself time to test. Do not try to force these tests all at once. And how will we know that it worked? We review the data. Make sure that you're setting up your annotations in your analytics and in your ad networks. Check your marketing reports against CRM data. I cannot overstate how mission critical it is to make sure that your real world sales numbers are speaking to your digital marketing, whatever, whether it's analytics, whether it's your ad platforms, whatever, make sure that they're speaking to each other. And with that, I thank you very, very much. And I'm excited to answer any questions that we have time for. So let me stop sharing.
That was a massive bunch of different tests, wasn't it?
Yeah. So what's
that.
funny is we went through this originally and I was like, oh, I have too little. So now I'm like, I'm going to jam pack everything in there.
Yeah. So I have a question for that, because as I am, I work with like organic traffic more than paid. But so for when I do A/B testing in SEO, that is completely different to the things that we talked about here. But traffic is one thing that I have to get a decent amount of traffic in my tests to prove them, or like to be able to trust them. So is that, for example, in the PMAX?
Yeah.
How, even though so you have 1,000, at least 1,000 in your audience.
1,000. So the 1,000 in the audience is so that the audience can actually be used at all. So the way Performance Max behaves is that you have a signal that can inform where the budget gets served. One of the common misnomers about PMAX is that it's a remarketing campaign. It is not. You are not exclusively targeting with PMAX. What you can have is tell it, I want to target net new people, or I want to allow for existing customers.
Okay. But we have to then run the campaigns for a while to get enough data to see it. Like, then you would have to spend more, or how does that work?
Well, so if your PMAX campaigns are behaving, i.e. you're getting good sales and leads, you're not spending more, you're investing more. If your campaigns are resulting in bad leads, you want to tell Google, like, hey, these were bad leads. And that's where offline conversions comes in. That's where excluding certain conversion data, saying that, like, hey, this was a bad data set. Please don't consider these really low CPAs because they were absolutely garbage. So the more that you communicate with the machine, the better off you'll be. The reason I focused on this for A/B testing, I see a lot of people think about A/B tests as just creative on a landing page, and not enough people actually think about account structures and the kind of levers that you can pull from an audience perspective, or from a visual creative standpoint, or targeting conversion tracking standpoint. So that's why I focus there.
We have a question from Simon. Yeah.
This is
you want to add something? Yeah, this is a question which costs $1 million. What percent of trackable traffic drop have you seen for opt-in analytics cookies? And Simon says that he has seen traffic down 70%, but we know it's still there, just can't track it.
Right. So this is where data-driven attribution and modeling is going to really come in handy. But that said, the rough estimates, and I've heard different reports, it's about 60% is kind of the agreed upon number that people will not opt in to tracking cookies. So if you assume that you have 40% of people saying, yes, I want to hear from you, do you agree that you're sending enough people to your site to know that, hey, that's important? Now, with ads, I know that a click happened, but I might not know that a conversion happened. With SEO, it's a little bit trickier, but if you're running your paid campaigns and you can model out, okay, I know 40% of whatever I got here, and it's resulting in good things or bad things, I can extend that model to organic. What you don't want to do, though, is say my performance is down without actually checking your CRM system. So this is why I say that you definitely need to connect the offline conversions, sync through your CRM systems, because people who become customers and who say, like, here's my information, get in touch with me for a sale, that is still revenue numbers. That is still something that you are allowed to track because they have given you that information. They might not have said yes to you being added to a marketing list, which is totally fair, but you at least can know I resulted in XYZ revenue. So even if you can't know how much people visited your site, you can at least see how are my revenue numbers. And if they're about even, you just know that it's people not opting into cookies. If your revenue is down, that's when you know that there's actually a creative issue or a targeting issue.
I mean,
Maybe
I have
Ulrika,
seen
you
the
can add
same.
something.
Yeah, so I have actually seen the same with my clients since the cookie banner. Then, like in lower the opt-in option, I lose like more than 50% of the traffic. But in the analytics tools, that doesn't mean that the traffic is gone. So maybe we need to look at traffic as something more of a vanity metric, and I think that is something that we need to get accustomed to further on into the future, where like traffic is not going to be maybe the same as it has been before.
Listen,
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, paid folks, we had to get used to not being able to target perfectly efficiently. SEOs might have to get used to not seeing perfect traffic numbers, but there is a difference, and I want to call this out. There is a difference between true, well-intentioned privacy-first mechanics and obscuring data. So I personally don't think there's that big of an issue of knowing what search term someone used, but that's often cited as a privacy first thing. Traffic, we can debate whether it's a privacy thing or whether it's a obscuring data for other reasons, but I'm inclined to believe it's a privacy thing, but we'll see.
Yeah. So I would because you said that keyword testing were like you prefer the audience testing before like doing keywords testing. Can you combine the two?
Oh, for sure. It's just that if you're testing different keyword concepts, I would keep the audiences and the ads the same. If you're testing your audiences, I would keep the keywords the same. What's frustrating on the paid side is that phrase match and exact match essentially behave the same, and broad match is very, very broad. But with all of that said, broad match has actually improved quite a bit. So another A/B test you can run is seeing if I have broad match in for the quarter, is my revenue up, down, or the same? And if the answer is it's the same, that's a sign that, hey, you know what? Maybe you should look at different creative. Or maybe broad match loss of control isn't as bad. If it's worse, then yes, obviously take broad match back out and just do exact.
And that, I think, answers the question of Elizabeth about A/B testing, but maybe you've got something else that you may suggest.
Paid search. Sorry. I thought that it was paid social. I read it as paid social. But for A/B testing on paid search, the very first thing I test is actually ad creative. The second thing I'll test is landing page. The third thing I'll test is keywords, but that's because I've been doing this more than 15 years now. I have a pretty good idea of what keyword concepts I'm going to start with. If you're just starting, keyword concepts are probably a better place to start. Audiences, I would suggest exploring audiences from an exclusion standpoint. But it's again up to you and what your budget is. Someone with a budget of $10,000 a month is going to test very differently than someone with a budget of $1 million a month.
I test SEO stuff I test SEO stuff with the pay. So like so the creatives but also actual messages.
One thing I'll also just quickly give a shameless shout out, because Optimizer is sponsoring, so I'll shameless shout out something within Optimizer. There is a tool called the PPC Investigator where you actually can see what's the root cause of any changes. So if you're A/B testing anything, I definitely recommend having some means to check and to have kind of that, all right, what happened? Why did it happen? And then you can drill back down. And that if you were testing 5 things at once, it'll be a lot harder to get into that information. But if you're being really strict with yourself, I only test 1 thing in that quarter, you then will have that easier time.
What type of testing framework do you like the best?
So this is a tricky question because I'm a little bit more anecdotal, but big data tends to sell. So if I'm testing, I like to look at apples to apples when it comes to ads. So or landing pages. When it comes to keywords, because keywords behave so differently and audiences can behave so differently, it can be a little bit trickier to have that apples to apples comparison without using something like campaign experiments. But I still do like to compare just by different regions.
I'll be asking again, for PPC campaigns, how do you effectively test ad copy without negatively impacting quality score and ad performance?
Sure. So one of the nice things about responsive search ads is that it builds in A/B testing. Granted, I still think you should pin your calls to action in headline 2 and your hooks in headline 1, but you can have more than one. I think if you were to have a campaign for your lower cost keyword concepts, and then you have the same ads, and you can kind of see, does the creative behave the same at lower cost versus higher cost? That's a path forward. Another path forward is what's it called? Using your just one responsive search ad using pinning. I think the question of quality score is not nearly as important now as it was before, simply because the account structures that you need are not necessarily tied to, I have to have every single keyword spelled out, matched to every single ad. And ads now are not 3 ads per ad group. It's really one responsive search ad, maybe a responsive search ad plus a tester. But it's not the same as it was maybe 5-6 years ago, where you really had to be strict about it. And this might feel like, Navah, optimizer is all about quality score. Why are you saying that? Quality score is still important. It's just, I don't see that as being the main thing I'm concerned about in testing. I'm far more interested in, is my revenue better? Are my conversions better?
We need to go further. Sorry, Ulrika, I wanted to ask you also about how you control so the A/B testing guys don't interfere into SEO too much, but we are running out of time. If you can answer that in the chat, I'll be very grateful to you. And now I need to present our next speaker. And thank you so much, Navah. Thank you so much, Ulrika. And
thank you.
This is Koray. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Koray. How are you doing? Yeah, we are very glad to see you today, and I know you're doing it from the hotel. I can see you doing it. Where are you now?
I'm in Dubai, and the only good thing about Dubai is actually someone just gifted me the Mahatma Gandhi autobiography, and I'm returning tomorrow to kiss my cat to Istanbul. So these are the only good things that I can tell.
Yeah, so you're always a cat person, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we will have Koray now. But before he starts, I have to mention our sponsors again. Yeah, Search Engine Journal done absolutely great job for us, publishing article yesterday and basically doubled our registration and probably money. Tape AIMA Media, AI Links, Matt Zinger's Consulting, Purna Verju with her book, Sales Lie, SEO Agency, Citrix SEO tool, StreamYard. We're using StreamYard for streaming today. Optimizer, we just had Navah Hopkins from Optimizer. Thank you, everyone. And guys, don't be shy. You can be our member. You can get this t-shirt, which is not done for donated money. This is my personal money. We print them in Ukraine. They're fantastic. I've just seen Andy Kristine just join us as a regular member, paying money every month. So don't be shy. Please do donate. We slightly over $800 right now. Hopefully we can get 1,000 by the end of today. Okay, guys, it's all yours.
Okay. So first of all, it's a great honor to be here. And I must tell that this is my second presentation in the last 10 days because I'm in Dubai for the SEO Vibes Dubai, then the Affiliate World Conference, and I did like maybe 6 parties. And I stayed awake until the 4 a.m. yesterday night to complete this presentation. So with all this said, if we can start, I will be feeling happier than everyone else. So positive ranking state, ranking ranges, and the signals. So this is a concept that actually I created to explain the situation that many SEOs actually have lately, because I see many complaints like Google is trying to kill my website, or the people also complain about the Reddit quota and the helpful content update. And many people try to do many A/B tests. And if it doesn't bring any kinds of permanent good results, then they start to feel like SEO is dead or Google doesn't know what they are doing. In reality, if your website is actually, thank you, Bibi. In reality, if your website is in a negative ranking state, even if you fix everything, even if you have most of the links that you can have, still you will continue to lose rankings. So the concept here actually is created to help SEOs to analyze certain type of ranking patterns. And today we will be just giving you 10 suggestions. We will explain you some of the Google patterns. Then I will demonstrate you probably 34 websites. 20 of them are published in the last 6 months. And we will be examining their Search Console graphics together to see how we can analyze this data. First, search engines don't work randomly. If you are losing traffic or ranking, there should be a logical reason behind it. And search engines don't kill websites, and it's not, at least it doesn't make money for them. Thank you, Rabi. And search engines change just the ranking states. And 10 simple suggestions. The first one is don't get sad or happy based on the ranking changes, because this is one of the most problematic things. Whenever you can't continue to live according to the Google Search Console graphic or Google Analytics graphic, it will be actually killing you. That's why I try to create targets for 15 months or 16 months, act like a real business person instead of just checking your rankings, like checking the Bitcoin price. It's not an industry like that. Even if you do everything right, during a negative ranking state, you will lose rankings. It means that you should understand this. If you continuously lose the rankings for the last 12 months, it means you couldn't save yourself from this specific state. And if you can also rank higher with a different website, or you can also rank, let's say, better with the same content on a different domain too. It doesn't mean that your SEO methodology is wrong. It means that the website couldn't save itself from that specific state. Don't expect a full recovery without a core system update. If you are hit by the helpful content update, 99% of the time, it won't be fixed or recovering until you see the next one. Create a custom click curve, weekly, query by query, page by page analysis. I have certain type of Python scripts that I am using Google Search Console API to automatically alert myself for any kinds of search anomaly. As much as I can remember, some also SaaS tools have this specific type of features, but especially if there is an unconfigured Google update, you can do this query by query or page by page analysis. And there are 3 types of ranking state: positive, natural ranking, and positive, natural, and the negative one. And these are inside a kind of cycle, and there is always a ranking range, which means that if you're in a certain type of state, you won't be able to exceed the next level, or if you are losing the traffic, search engine won't also allow you to lose or drop under certain level too. If you don't have a brand value, you will definitely lose rankings. This is one of the most important things when it comes to the HCU as well. If no one else is searching for you, if Google will remove you from the SERP today, no one will be looking for you. And in this case, most probably you will be losing the core updates continuously. If you don't configure your semantic content network and update your topical map, you will be outdated. This is explained in my case studies too. Topical maps are not like create once and leave it there. You always have to actually update them, reschedule them, and you should be creating new content briefs with the new web page documents as much as possible. And this brings me to this section. SEO is a continuous journey. There's always room for the optimization. Many website owners that actually cry today, they were mainly actually exploiting the Google search to make more money, and they saw their websites like actually cash cow. They were trying to milk the cash as much as possible, and eventually they lose. And search engines prioritize web sources for topics, not web pages for keywords. I see many website owners that try to target even just a single web page for a single keyword. This is the logic in the PPC. When it comes to SEO, you have to focus on certain type of topics, connections, and entire web source should be updated and optimized. You can lose a core update just because of the outdated content from 2010 or the 11. I have seen these type of examples a lot, and you can even locate these type of situations directly from your log files as well. Lastly, topical authority is also a ranking state. And if you decrease your cost of retrieval and increase ranking signal consolidation, you'll be ranking way much better than before. Due to the time constraints, I won't be deep diving here, but if you just do a simple Google search for Google cost of retrieval or ranking signal consolidation, you will see my ebook-like case studies anyway. So I will be giving you some certain type of simple examples here. These are certain patterns from Google. I will just give the names. Nothing will be explained in terms of the pattern files. Just check the orange section to see this specific type of details. For instance, removing multiple relevant pages from the same site, personal interests, local interconnectivity, or country-specific results, language-specific results, audience segmentation, historical data, which is also in the topical authority formula that I created, upon also topic familiarity, commercial intent, or mobile device friendliness, accessibility, editorial content. Editorial content is a different and important because it is also touching to the latest Reddit situation, I can tell you. Re-ranking based upon the additional terms signals the vocabulary richness. For instance, I am sure that many SEOs didn't do a vocabulary test. For instance, how many unique words you have in your website and how many unique words your competitor is actually using. Implicit user feedbacks or explicit user feedbacks, community endorsement, again, a part of the social media, information redundancy, a different concept actually mainly to explain. Imagine that when you rank for this first page of the SERP, imagine that you are not bringing any new info. In this case, search engine just tries to see what combination of pages will create the highest information redundancy. If you are not providing any kinds of value there, it's rare that you will be ranking. Upon storylines, blogs, news, or let's say conceptual related information, including time-based and user-based factors, or previous related queries, which explains the query pairs, and many more. So when I look at today's SEO audits, mainly, I don't see that actually people are focusing on many of these concepts, like even the age of the linking domains or web traffic. For instance, we see that Forbes continues to rank for everywhere because they have brand value, plus they have the web traffic. Web traffic is one of the trust signals out there already. If you don't have enough level of traffic and historical data, the things will be actually harder for you. There are over 300 concepts and the patterns that I actually analyzed like this. And if you are able to read these sections, you can actually get a better idea. So now I will show you some of the websites that I published for the last 6 months, and we will try to analyze their, let's say, the ranking state as much as possible. First, we will go for the positive ones, then we will go for the natural ones, and we will go for the negative ones. We will try to see certain type of patterns. This is a case study that I published like 4 weeks ago, and we started with this project like 300 clicks a day, and it came to the 14,000 clicks a day right now. What you should get here is that after every ranking increase, you will see actually there are small drops. At the bottom of the image, you see these small drops. Whenever we hit the peak point, the highest point, the search engine decreases the rankings. Many SEOs, they believe that these type of ranking changes come from the changes that you are doing. In reality, these are just actually ranking algorithms working ways. If you are hitting the highest point, after a point, you will see a certain type of drop, and these drops are not dangerous, actually. They show that you are being tested by the quality updates. If you look at carefully, you will see this pattern. I'm not able to reflect my mouse on the screen, but you can always see that whenever we hit a highest level of rankings, then we continue to lose a little bit, then we move on to the next ranking state. And these are the last 6 months comparison. What we do in this website doesn't change for the last 3.5 years. Whatever we do, we always continue in the same way. This is another website with the updated results. 5 months ago, I published it. You can see the current situation. When it comes to the ranking state, I usually focus on the impressions rather than the clicks. You see that there are 2 phases here that is divided with a single core update. Every core update doesn't affect every website. And in this specific example, you can see that once we start to launch our semantic content network, we increase actually impressions. Clicks don't follow it. And after a certain amount of historical data, clicks also follow it directly. You see the last 6 months of comparison in this area too. The state 3, and this is the well-zone. We published it 5 months ago. You see that actually it continues to increase its rankings, and none of the specific updates actually didn't affect it. One reason for that is we don't sleep on the optimizations that we are doing, plus we don't change what we do. What we do on this website, or what the owner of this website is doing, is literally the same since the first day. We always continue in a let's say consistent way. You see the 6 months results here too. This is yum. So this is actually slightly negative. First, we start to publish the specific type of articles, we increase the rankings, we come to the next level, then you see that actually lately, or in the last part, it is losing a little bit traffic. This is what I call naturalization. Usually this happens if you lose your momentum for publication, and in this website too, there is not that much new content that is published. If you lose the momentum once, it will be harder for you to convince the search engine one more time to increase your rankings. This is one of the differences between the previous websites and this one. The previous ones don't stop publishing or updating or renewing. These ones stop. That's why in this last 6 month comparison, in the last section, you see that there is a natural ranking state. So this is team color codes. I published it actually 4 months ago. And in this graphic, what you should be focusing on is very simple, just NFL. You see 2 peak points in the clicks, and it is actually NFL date. And you see here that in this year, from the NFL trending query or the topic, we are getting more clicks. This is usually happening if you have proven yourself for the same trend in the previous year. I already explained this actually in another case study too. You see the results here. And this is mainly explained in this website. Here, this website is an educational website. You see that there is a peak, and this is an educational exam day. Next year, 3.5 times more clicks we have gotten. What you should also realize here is that after we get the advantage from the specific trending event, we didn't lose the rankings. We actually move on to the next ranking state. And this is why I'm actually using certain type of concepts like trending notes. We create a page for a trending topic, and every year we are leveraging it for keeping ourselves in a positive ranking state. And this is also in a case study that I have written for the semantic content network creation together with the Wisdom.net. You see the updated section here. It is over actually 1 million. And this specific hrefs left side, this is from 3 years ago graphic basically. And this specific jump happened after our publications as well. Real check steps. You see that there is a positive ranking state after we publish the content, but this website also stopped publishing new content because they are satisfied. And that's why right now I can tell you that it is in the negative ranking state. And in the next core update, for instance, this website can start to a little bit lose rankings too. If you're able to read this specific rank, if you're able to see actually these graphic changes from the point of view of states or ranking ranges, you can guess where the next core algorithm update actually will be bringing you directly. The Oscar Wiley. So you see here is that it came to the point that hits to the 4,000 clicks a day. It lost the helpful content update. Usually when it comes to the HCU related websites or affected websites, I suggest them to neutralize your negative ranking state. Rather than recovery, you should focus on actually stopping losing rankings as much as possible. And in this specific website, after certain amount of negative ranking state, we managed to actually neutralize it. When it comes to the ranking state, try to focus on the impressions, because while we are naturalizing the click loss, we continue to increase the impressions, which will be bringing us to the next ranking state in the next specific updates, and I will be publishing it directly. Diamond Rehab Thailand. This one is more obvious. You see the same pattern overall. Since the first day until to today, we continue to do same thing. We don't change our methodology after every update. We don't get hyped, happy, or sad based on these graphics. We just analyze them. We start with a positive ranking state, then we lose. Then it goes positive again, increases, then again it is negative. Then there is a core update and we go to the next ranking range. Again negative, then the next ranking range, one more time negative, and eventually search engine starts to naturalize it. The naturalization here also happened after we stopped publishing, which means that if you will continue to publish, the previous ranking behaviors will continue to happen. The problem here is that many clients or project owners or SEOs who manage websites, once they go into the negative state, they stop what they were doing in the last 6 months. In reality, you shouldn't stop. You should continue, and you should see these cycles just as a temporary phase. And this is the last 6 months of comparison for this project too. There are like 4 times of growth. And we published this case study like 2 months ago. You can check it from our YouTube channel as well. Mongo languages. You should focus on the 4 arrows here. You will see that actually whenever we see a jump in the clicks or the impressions, we drop back. This usually happens if a website tries to exceed its own current ranking state. Whenever we hit a higher impression and the clicks, we drop back. Second time we try, again we drop back. Third time we try, and again we drop back. And eventually, website manages to take itself to the next ranking range and the state, and we increase it. Since we don't continue to publish new content on this website too, because project is already satisfied, it goes in a natural way. But in reality, you shouldn't stop for this type of websites too. It is published again 4 months ago. These are the last 6 months of comparison in an updated way. This is a dead expired domain. So the owner of this project actually bought a wrong expired domain, and whatever we publish, it wasn't working. The content that ranks for 0 clicks and the content that ranks for 3,000 clicks a day are exactly the same. Sometimes the problem is not your actual content, just the historical data, and you should be able to have the right core algorithm update. With a single core update, the ranking state changes, and first we make a peak, then we drop, then we do a second peak. You can realize it in the graphic. Then again we drop, then we come to the same peak third time. If you look at the graphic, you will see the 3 times peak points exactly. In these type of situations, you should be able to publish more content while updating your previous ones. As I said, with week by week, query by query analysis as much as possible, then you'll be able to go to the next state too. And these are just updated results one more time. This is one of the latest ones to track that money, similar. And this website just 7 months old, and it came to the 3,000 clicks without using any links. And what we do in this specific website, we publish the articles. At the beginning, we were just getting 50 clicks a day. Then another update happens, we go to the next level. Another update happens, we go to the next level. Since the website doesn't actually publish new content, I expect a naturalization, which means it will go stale or regular. It has technical SEO issues too, and it will be stabilized. Once you have naturalization, you should elevate fear from the negative ranking state, I must tell it you. And this website achieved like 145x growth in the 7 months as well. This is a different one. This is the latest case that I published actually, and it is a site migration. Let's say you couldn't change your ranking state, you couldn't save your website. Instead of trying to convince the search engine for the same website, you can redirect it. I actually published this case study, and you see that we lost a core algorithm update at the bottom graphic, then it loses the traffic, and then we redirect it. The point here is that we get, with a brand new domain, we are getting actually more clicks, impressions, and we rank for 20,000 more queries. So if you couldn't save yourself from a negative ranking state, in the last chance, by watching the case study, if possible, I will also publish a ebook about it. By following the steps there, you can perform a redirection. What we do here in a different way, this is the, let's say, the core update lost website. This is the brand new website. For 3 months, we ranked both of them for the same queries. After 3 months, we did the redirection. Many people do it directly, which is a different approach. And these are the last 6 months results for the redirected one as well. 12 days ago, we published it. So negative ones. We also have websites that are trying to recover, and this website came us like 3 months ago. It lost a core update, it goes in a negative way, you see it, then it breaks one more time, it comes back. And again, I'm telling, for these websites, your first purpose shouldn't be recovery. It should be naturalization point. Once you achieve a stale ranking state, which means a flat line, then you can actually start to increase your rankings. But if you are not naturalized, most probably you will continue to see decrease over decrease. It won't be going like first decrease, then a sudden increase. It won't be happening that much. And this is another one, Honus Paws. It is increasing. The funny thing is that these two websites are using nearly the same topical map and nearly the same content. There is a difference between them. The first one is affiliate, the second one is an e-commerce. And usually in affiliate, especially sometimes when I work for the, let's say, some social media industries, like buy YouTube subscribers, for instance, for these type of queries and industries, even if you are an affiliate, you can use e-commerce design to trick the search engine a little bit or to reflect the buy context, commercial context, because here you see same ownership, very similar content. One of them goes negative, this one e-commerce, and it goes positive. Sometimes your source context is more important than what you are telling on the website. So if you are in the wrong category of the websites, you shouldn't also expect that much return. This is an HR website. It came again 3 months ago, and my agency became like a website doctor lately. Whoever loses the helpful content update, especially from iGaming industry, they are all jumping here. So you see here that a consistent drop happens, and it is amplified with a core update. Then there is a phase 2. Then we achieved a naturalization. What did we do for this website is publishing a patterned content because they didn't have enough level of resources. We focused on, let's say, certain type of a programming languages, then interview questions. Let's say Python developer interview questions, JavaScript developer interview questions. Writing these documents were really simple. And by creating a brief template, we generated these pages. Since they were more quality, since we added most of the links there while removing the old content, we were able to naturalize the state as much as possible. This is actually flexible. You can also check the website too. This is the latest one. You see that it is a huge drop, and just 5 weeks ago we started. First thing that I do for this type of websites is actually deleting lots of unnecessary pages and doing a log file analysis. You can't believe what search engine actually is crawling. What they are crawling lots of things, especially that expired domain case study. If you check that, it is crawling even URLs from 1999. And they don't forget these URLs. You should be able to give the focus as much as possible to the new URLs that you are creating. This is a lifestyle website, and this is an example of actually not being a brand. Brand search demand here is 0. The website doesn't have a single focus. It just chases traffic. There is no source context. It's just a display ads websites. To be honest, it deserves to this specific point. What you should be doing here is actually just naturalization. You see here that there is a slide. First, we start with a natural ranking state, which is a danger. I say it. Then it goes to the negative state. Core update happens. The previous state is amplified. Then search engine just tests it 2 times. We suddenly increase rankings. We drop again. There is another negative ranking state, another core update. It drops one more time. Naturalization. And lately, finally, we were able to actually create some search anomalies by increasing the traffic, because we deleted near maybe 1,500 documents here from 2011, 12, 13, from various different topics. Don't leave this type of garbage in your website as much as possible. Industrial directory website. This is actually a newly bought website, and we are working on lately. This website is coming from the ages of the Panda update. Very old, very big company. We achieved naturalization again by deleting lots of unnecessary pages and decreasing the amount of the internal links in this area too. And these are some of the last launches. I also wanted to show them. Here you see that this project also uses backlinks, by the way. Previous ones don't, but this one is using. You see that actually, let me also tell this, if you're not able to fix your ranking state in English language, sometimes if the cost is very low, go for other languages, okay? Just go for other language, rank for that language, then reflect that authority for the English one as well. This is what this website is doing. And with the latest point, we published new content, got some new link sections. and it is able to get a new ranking state directly too. These are some other last launches. Left side should be lexcenter.net, right side should be ministerbrands.com. Again, in the left side, we fix technical issues. We publish 15 articles. It directly increases. One more point, if your website is in a negative ranking state, and if you publish your semantic content network or whatever you created there, if you publish it in a negative ranking state, don't expect that much benefit. That's why usually when I publish my own content, I fix most of the problems first. I increase the brand authority, and sometimes we also upload the links to the website, then we publish it, because you will see higher initial rankings. And once you catch the attention of the search engine, never stop. Increase your momentum regularly. Both of these projects are small examples, but maybe I will be making a kind of a citation to this webinar, and I will publish their case studies as well. Lastly, you are always welcome to our holistic SEO community, and we have over 150 different testimonials plus results from our community members as much as possible. And over 10 months, I closed my course gates closed, but I believe very soon I will be opening it, maybe this March or next April, and we are open to the new members as well. If you don't have enough level of financials, it's okay. If you are able to show us that you are a sincere person who does the research, we will be able to give the course you as well. Or if you give the course someone who needs, we will be giving you the lifetime membership at the same time. With that said, many thanks. I am looking forward to return to the Istanbul and kiss that black cat. That's it.
Koray, would you mind to be with us for 10 minutes more? We have the last minute drop off of the speaker because he lost his voice suddenly. And also people want to ask you some questions. So if you had 10 more minutes, would you mind if we do that?
It's completely okay. I'll be able to spend my time more here.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll start from the beginning, and I'll try to do that really quickly. It's a question from Dixon. How do you prioritize your investigations, given that you have loads of ranking patterns and all these kinds of things?
So when it comes to these investigations, there are three possibilities. You change something, Google change something, or your competitor change something. For competitor, I usually use Visual Pink or different type of tools or Python to check their source code. If they didn't change anything, then I go and check Google site. Usually what I do there is I compare Bing to the Google. If both of them are changing, it means I did change something or my competitor changed something. If it is not a coincidence that they are doing the similar updates at the same time, of course. And once I check the Google and the Bing site, if they are aligning with each other, I usually assume that it's not a Google system change. If I see that there is a kind of update during that specific timeline, personally, I never change something around that, because imagine that Google is doing an update. Then I also do a change. If Google's change and my change happen at the same day, I can't do the analysis. That's why I have a very detailed note system. For instance, for that NASDAQ project, we go to the 3 years ago and we update an article. We take notes for what we changed with it, why we did it, and on what time we did it. After that, we also check the rankings directly for that specific page. It helps us to actually keep control on all over these specific notes. When I say notes, I mean web pages in the topical map as much as possible. Another thing is to create a pipeline. When I am using the Google Search Console API, imagine that I am getting the data for every individual page, and I check which queries appear newly and which queries are lost. The lost ones, if I am not mentioning any of them in my website, and for instance, let me give you an example. I published a case study 2 weeks ago, but I didn't share it anywhere. And it was about actually casino SEO, to be honest. And it's a project 2 years ago. And that page is ranking for CTR manipulation service. I don't do it. This CTR manipulation service phrase is not even existing on my page, but still I am ranking that. Because when search engine actually checks the query logs, they see that casino SEO and CTR manipulation, they are being searched together, or documents are actually mentioning them together. In this case, until they understand my document, they actually give me the impressions. And in the last week, they started to delete my page from that index, for instance. Once I'm able to these things continuously, after a point, I'm able to see it actually, because from trend or the negative states, and for instance, during core updates, certain things happen. Sometimes you can see that your impressions are increasing suddenly, then drop suddenly, because it means that Google has chosen another source instead of you. And once you deal with lots of websites from different industries, you get the reflexes, or you just track your data with the team. I hope it helps.
Okay. And one more question, just really quickly. Based on state 2 and state 1 samples, I don't know what that means. How often are the content published, and are they drip feed and all the pages were created at once?
It changes. First of all, since my English is not that good, I don't know what drip feed means. I guess it means feed from the somewhere, anywhere.
Like during time, like extended time, not all at once, but during
Okay.
day by day, for example.
For teaching. So basically, it changes. For some projects, if I need to change the state suddenly, I publish all of the articles at the same day. For instance, that education website, Paws, it was like that. For real check stuffs, it wasn't. I published articles actually one by one and then increase the specific frequency. It is about actually what I need to do there. For instance, if I have a very big website, let's say Thomasnet, in this case, I won't be publishing 20 or 40 suddenly too, because it won't be changing. I already have millions of pages there. Adding new 20 won't be changing the judgment of the website or search engine. So that's why I go one by one in this instance. But if I have a small website, and if I want to change the perception of the search engine, I usually try to add at least 20 or 30% of the website suddenly. If you change most of your website suddenly, search engine will also crawl your old pages too, and usually to the old pages as well, I add new content and I connect new ones to the old ones. Then I add my new pages to the homepage so that actually the search engine can judge my website one more time by starting from zero. If I'm able to change the ranking state, then I never stop. If I couldn't change it, it means I need more quality documents with longer historical data. And usually it requires too much time. You have seen that expired domain, actually. It couldn't rank for 6 months. We had to wait for the core update until it comes. And this brings me to the let's say some SEO consultants have a hard time because clients ask like when it will rank. It should be ranking, and you feel maybe some SEOs feel like actually they are doing something wrong. In reality, they are not doing something wrong. Just website is in a different ranking state. Is the issue there?
Okay, thank you so much, Koray. I hope to see you again and have safe travels, and hope you see your cat soon. And we are proceeding further on. Anton, I give the word to you.
Yeah, okay, I hope you can hear me. My microphone died on me, so I don't know. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yes.
Worse?
Yes.
It is better. Okay, sorry about that. Old microphone died. It's kind of funny that Ross Tarendale, who's supposed to be a speaker for this session, he sent me a message earlier today, voice message. And it's strange because we usually just use a WhatsApp text message and a voice message, but I understood why, because he basically lost, I don't know, 90% of his voice. I couldn't speak, it's why it's why he's not here. And my microphone died exactly at the same time, so we don't know, maybe it's a sign. Whatever it means, guys, we're very, very close to $1,000 to get. So if you can donate, please do donate. Okay, we have Olesia Korobka, who will be stepping. We do have a contingency plan, obviously, for such a long live stream. So Olesia does have a presentation, so she's gonna go ahead, and we have a Kristine Schachinger. Is it correct?
Kristine, you're muted.
Kristine, we can hear you. Is your microphone died on you as well? Yeah, this is a session with the lost voices for some reasons and dead microphones. Kristine, we cannot hear you. Okay, Olesia, I suppose you go ahead with you, and Kristine, try.
Okay. I will not take a lot of time. Someone thought there is an echo. Is that you, Anton? No? Okay, I will not take a lot of time because it's like last minute presentation, but I've taken my presentation from Chiang Mai, from the workshop where I've been, and it happens to be also an ontology just from a different angle. And what's the main idea with ontologies for SEOs, in my opinion, is to optimize not your website or not your web page, but the information you've got for the goals you've got. So, for example, you need to optimize whatever you have into a database so that you can then deliver it in whatever situation you have, be that into social media, be that into some blockchain interchange, be that into your website, be that with the web pages, whatever else. And the easiest way to do that is by creating vocabularies, by scraping data from important resources, organizing it accordingly, building taxonomies with hierarchical data, and then building a huge ontology for a domain and as a knowledge base for your topic. Then you can use that information for scaling and ranking in different circumstances, and it won't matter for you. You won't be dependent on the search engines, or you won't be dependent on the AI assistants. Your information will always be there in the way that you want it to be presented and in a way that you can accomplish your goals. Where do you take vocabulary? You may use, like, where do you start? You can use trusted definitions from your niche, from the vocabularies that are already there. You can use your competitors. You can use standardized words from whatever, even from Wikidata. And then you can use, some people don't do vocabularies. They jump into Tesoro all at once and just tag different concepts to the tags they already have, or they have mined, or that they have accumulated. This way, you have something like an extended vocabulary with additional words, and you already have the usage examples. So it's not just word and definition, but how you implement it. And Tesoro is always good for disambiguation. The next level would be taxonomy, and Google uses that a lot as well. It is the hierarchical representation of concepts. You can imagine it like a tree where you have the stem and all these words, they build together on different branches because they have this parent-child relationship. It can be also imagined as a family concept. And this can be the basis of your website architecture, how you organize everything within your website or within your other entities, whatever you want to control. And then some people even build ontologies above the taxonomies. So you have taxonomy and you can build ontology with that. You go and just expand it further. You build relationships and characteristics from what you already have, and it's the universe of your niche, so how it's represented, everything defined in there. Parent terms from taxonomy may be transformed into classes in ontology, and that's an easy way to create it. You can view some examples because sometimes it can sound a bit difficult when you only start, and you can go to Love and try to see it there. You can also use vocabularies for organizing all these concepts together. And when you look in Love, there are sometimes not enough examples there, but still they're organized and accordingly, and you can just grasp an idea of what you can do and how you can do that. The data from controlled vocabularies for your taxonomy can also be taken, as I already mentioned, from Wikipedia, Wikidata, but also you can scrape your competitors. At the moment, you can do that quite easily. The information is still out here, and you can do that. I don't know what it will be in 2 years, for example, but while you still have access, I strongly suggest you do scrape the data while we have access to it. Also, how you can build that more effectively for yourself is by using user questions and queries and classifying them accordingly. To get the data from other sources, you can use Python, you can use your Junior, do manually. You can use no-code solutions like Orange. I give a schema for Wikipedia for Orange that you can use if you don't know coding and don't want to learn it. You can also synchronize with your sales department. For example, here's an example of how I do that with one of my companies. We have a HubSpot board where we have all the questions from the clients or potential clients, and when we get them from there, we know what information is missing on our, say, website or in our database or in our support, so that we can add it to it and be the most reliable and first resource for the answer for these questions, because these are questions that people want to know and they are looking for them. If you are creating manual taxonomy, this is a very easy and simplified way to look into it, and it's by organizing from general concept to smaller concept and then to their characteristics. I often use tools. My favorite is Pool Party, but you can use anything you like. For example, there's also Neo4j and other web tools. They just help to organize all these concepts very effectively. Frameworks that you can use, I'm strongly prefer RDF in triple stop. It's just subject, predicate, object, like everyone knows what it is. For example, backlinks, effect, rankings, we all know that. Backlinks is subject, effect is predicate, rankings is object. And because it's not AI, because it's factual information, the inference can be made in the different directions. So it's bidirectional order. Like AI cannot sometimes make the inference about how concepts relate to each other. In knowledge graphs and in ontologies, we know the relationship between the concepts and can do this in both directions. RDF will help you connect data across the web. You can use URIs, you can use W3C standards, and everything was built from web ontology language. By using it, you can also specify all the constraints and axioms for your ontology. So if you don't want to start from scratch, you can download something basic on your own using the resources. Lots of free ontologies out there. Maybe you want to start from taxonomy. There are even more taxonomies. If you've got an e-commerce store, if you've got a very big website, you may look into Google's taxonomies. They have published a lot themselves. Because manual is really, really long. Our new recommended product ontology website, when I asked him what he thought about that, and you can also find and copy existing ontologies there. How you organize them, what tools should you use? Protege is free, but it's extra complicated. I've never seen any SEO yet, except for me, who is using that. If you do, congratulations, let's talk. You can use also OntoSpy. It's free, though it's Python-based. And also, like, there are many, many solutions. OntoSpy is maybe one of the easiest way at the moment, but I think there will be appearing more and more of them. You can visualize everything in Webflow. Why do you need to visualize? You want to see the connections, and it's also too easy to spot the gaps where you have them. And what exactly are we going to collect? So it's all about the data. It's many, many complicated words, but in essence, it's the data that we collect and the data that we clear. The clean data is the most important asset that you have. So what we are collecting and storing, those are outlines, those are titles, important tags, links, whatever else you think is important. But the most important part is labels. When you collect the data and organize it, whatever you use, JSON, whatever, SQL, Excel file, just do all the labels. In this way, you can always add more data. You can delete some data that you no longer need. You can substitute all the data. Labels are hugely important, and labels are the fundamental part of AI. Machines are using labels to learn and train. And it will make your job much easier to build content. And on top of that, how do you use that? So lots of different words that might be not making lots of sense. How do you use that? When you create a content template, for example, you are selling some product, and I've talked about about that with John Muller, and he suggested a very, very good example. He said, think about it, for example, as a, I don't know, yellow sofa. So you have this product, yellow sofa, you have these specifications. You have size, is it big, is it small, how long it is, what its color, it's yellow, what its shape, what its material. You describe it in your ontology, and you have the images of this sofa, price, availability, everything that is important in Google. And you can find some of the important points in schema markup. So they point that it is important for us. They specifically tell about that in documentation. It's very important also to find the relationship with other products in when you are creating your ontology. And then out of that information, you just create your web page. And if you think, well, how do I create other pages? For example, blog post. You again go to your ontology and to your product description and think color. So when you are thinking about blog post for your sofas to attract the audience you need, not just everyone at all, you are describing. If it's a small sofa, you might want to create a blog post about design for the room, for the small rooms, yes, so that your sofa fits in that room, and that people who are looking for how to design their small rooms can buy your sofa, and so on and so forth. And I agree with John Muller strongly on that. If you are selling sofas, there's no need to talk about the history of furniture, for example, because you don't want to attract people who are looking for history of furniture. You want to sell your small yellow sofa, and that's it. So it's primarily you would create the content to do that, and that will keep you engaged so much that you won't need to create all these doorway-like pages on all these kind of topics. By describing what you already have in the most expansive way, you already will attract people who want to buy that, and you will be already greatly and preferably presented in the search results. Kristine, what do you think about that? And you're muted.
I was actually just muted that time. Can you hear me now? Yay!
Yes.
Earlier, the StreamYard picked the wrong device. I didn't notice that. So I said that's a lot of stuff to have one comment on or one thought on. So I don't know if most people are aware that the knowledge graph that Google uses is basically an ontology, and that large language models are built on these ontologies. So to use these, I see a lot of people use large language models for things that they shouldn't be used for, like analysis, because it doesn't analyze. But this is a really good use of how to do large language models and ontologies so that you can help better understand the semantic relationships in your entity structure, which just means how your nouns are related as far as, like ice and tea go together because we have iced tea. So this is an excellent approach to that.
By the way, do you build when you are like creating? I know you work a lot with sites which are not recovered from updates or hit by updates and all these kind of things. When you are working with that, do you look into their like information organization, entity optimization, and all these kind of things?
Yeah, I mean, what we call entity optimization is really query and keyword optimization. I'm afraid we're going to have all these big terms for people that aren't familiar with this side of search. So I'm trying to relate it back to things that people understand. But I'm working with one right now. It's in a B2B small industry, but their site's 5 pages. So I'm working on helping them develop relevant content through entities and ontology to create new sections of their site. So Google likes that when you have those relationships semantically. And semantically just means that things are related to each other in the structure of a sentence or in the structure of a conversation.
Have you've posted on LinkedIn that your websites that you were optimizing were not recovered? Have they recovered after that?
Oh, I work with sites that are hit. So I haven't worked with sites that got hit and then recovered them. People come to me when the sites are in like massive decline. So some of the ones from last year, Google did a whole lot of weird stuff last year. So technical SEO wasn't having the impact it normally has. Like normally it goes like this, hockey stick, and it hasn't.
And it remains like that? It remained like that, or were you able to recover them?
I don't know. I have a big technical project right now, so we'll see. I haven't seen if it's changed yet. But last year, because of changes to Google, which probably resulted in the spam issue, I have my own theories on that. that's why they haven't recovered yet. But the ones that have come to me have been hit. So I'm just in the process of recovering like 4 sites right now. So I won't know for about 2 months.
And what's your stance about helpful content update? Because people are really struggling with that. I'm asking everyone today, though.
I'm actually frustrated with Google on that because Google knows what it considers helpful content. It has to convert that into algorithms, right? So that's math and processes. So they know exactly what they decided helpful content is. And I'm seeing a lot of sites complain, I shouldn't say complain, they rightfully are complaining, and Twitter that they're getting hit by the HCU, but they have good content, or they thought they did, and they've been around a long time. So years ago, Matt Cutts said he would never put machine learning into a ranking algorithm because if it broke something, they couldn't fix it. And I have a feeling we're in a broken Google where the algorithms, they've pushed machine learning too fast and it doesn't really always know what it's doing. But for the HCU, since it's applied site-wide, it might be hard to determine which pages are an issue. And I haven't been able to test this yet because I haven't had an HCU site. But I'm going to guess that the ones that are hit the hardest are where your HCU issues lie. So if pages drop like 10% or down to page 2, and other pages drop 90% and down to disappeared or down to page page 10, then you want to probably check those first for being HCU issues. But it is also meant to detect. Okay, wrong word, detect. There are things in the HCU that AI content can't meet. And if you look at Google's actual detection algorithm in 2022 about AI content that's been plagiarized and then rewritten with AI, you'll see that the same things they talked about there are similar to what the HCU says sites have to meet, like have to be. And like it says like originality, you must have originality, but you can't have originality with AI content. The AI content regurgitates what it was trained on. And John Mueller 2 months ago came out and said, be very careful about using AI content because we don't want regurgitated content. So just be really careful about how you use AI content and anything that's facing search engines, I would say. And I believe the HCU is meant to, it doesn't detect AI. It just says, I'm 5'4", right? So it says, Kristine, jump this 8-foot fence. And I'd be like, I can't, I'm too short. I can't jump an 8-foot fence. But if you put someone 7 foot there, they'd be like, sure, I can jump the 8-foot fence. I'm 7 foot tall. So they're just saying your content has to meet all these guidelines, and AI content isn't capable of meeting those guidelines. So be careful. And if you're hit with the HCU and you used AI content, that's the first thing I would look at.
Google has, maybe you've heard the news yesterday, when it was exposed that they signed up the agreement with some small publishers of the news that they will now scrape the news from bigger publishers and republish 3 news per day with AI.
Yes.
And that's AI content that will be ranking in news. So
the funny thing is, Google's algorithm in 2022, before ChatGPT, there's an actual algorithm that's supposed to detect plagiarized content that's rewritten with AI. They announced it in 2022. No one talks about it because it was just a small announcement and ChatGPT didn't exist yet. So they have another part of Google, the news group, the special news group, that is going to put out the content that Google says that it will take out with this algorithm. So does Google have 2 sides that aren't talking to each other? That's happened before. Or is Google not running that algorithm anymore? Or is Google using this to train algorithms to detect AI content? I don't know, but I don't have any answers to any of that. But I do think it's kind of funny that if you read that, I put a LinkedIn post today, you can actually see the link there to their algorithm. That in 2022, they made an algorithm that would take the content out that the news group is talking about. So
I really think that by organizing your information, which you have about your product, your service, anything in an ontology where you describe everything precisely, all the characteristics, all the, like they say, attributes, properties, but that's basically characteristics, what this product can do, what problems this product or service solves. By organizing this information, you can use then AI on top of that to generate any copy that you need. For page, you can even generate images. It's not long to wait when you can generate videos with that without anyone. The only question that I have is if we do generate everything like that, who will buy that? Because everyone will be without their jobs.
Yes, and Google has already put out a statement about AI stock photography and video. It doesn't want it. So that is the actual statement from Google. They don't want to use that, especially on products. They want you to use the real products. So on the content, I'd be very careful. If it was my cash register site, I'd still have writers do it. But if you want to do it for like newsletters and ID generation and link outreach and all the other things that we do, that's like excellent, way to do it. But I'd just be careful about writing your page content till we get a better statement from Google on what they're doing, because they keep contradicting themselves. So they didn't want it, then they did want it, then they said yes, but with caveats. Now they're saying no, but we're not really saying no. And now they have AI content for news. So I don't think they've decided internally what they're doing. So.
Maybe we won't have Google, so maybe we should look into other direction like Bing or ChatGPT or other players on the market. So maybe Google will have the same destiny as Nokia.
Well, Google unfortunately is having a lot of trouble right now. I have a theory on why we have so much spam, and that is there's an algorithm most people don't talk about called neural matching, and it's after Google scores and sorts everything. Neural matching can come in and re-rank everything to where it thinks it better matches the query, and Google thinks that that's better than the traditional scoring method. And in research, this is a research document I'm quoting it from, but if you have spammers in the market, in the real life, who optimizes best for queries but spammers, right? Because that's exactly what they're doing. That's where all the like I can go to a client and say we should do 20 pages on this, and they go, we may do 2. Oh, we don't like that, or we may rewrite it this way, right? So so I believe they amped up the neural matching algorithm, which doesn't have links, have no effect on, technical has no effect on, nothing has an effect on it. It's just query matching to the document text, and that would elevate spam. So, and that would make technical less effective, and that would cause all the issues people saw last year that I heard from at conferences. Also, they would answer all those questions, but we don't know that. They haven't confirmed that, but I do believe that's probably what's been going on. So hopefully when they redo this big rollout they're going to do in the next 4 months or 5 months, we will see them reverse that, because it hasn't, whatever they've been doing has not been helping. I've been going to Bing more than ever I have in the past. So, by the way, I just saw a number come up on donations. So please, if you're watching, donate, because all these people that Anton is supporting aren't like formal shelters. They're people that just out of the kindness of their heart are taking care of animals whose owners had to flee or who have passed away. So every dollar you give goes to them and helps them. Sorry, I just had to put that little spiel in there. I'm sure you've done it, but I'm just going to add it here now. So.
Okay, and thank you so much, Kristine, for joining us today and sharing your knowledge. Thank you so much. And we have now another session with Simmons and Dixon Jones, and I pass microphone to Anton Shulke.
Hello.
Oh, we're here.
It works. I love it.
Hey, we've gone and done it. Apart from the dodgy background, but anyway, yeah.
Okay, it's not a dodgy. Okay, dogs.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, very good.
Okay. This is a dog that has a home, but there's many that don't give. Thank you. That's it.
Right, we're off. Okay. Should we talk about internal links then, Grant?
I don't know. Maybe Anton wants to introduce
Oh,
him.
no, let's do Anton first. I can see him going, oh, my God, we're not doing it right. Okay, Anton, off you go. Your mic's off. Your mic's still off.
Anton, we cannot hear you. Anton.
Okay. Yes. Can you hear me now? Thanks, Grant. Thanks, Dixon, for being with us and for not losing your microphone, not losing your voice. Everything is fine. Okay, losing your background, but never mind. We'll be talking about internal links today, and thank you for InLinks. InLinks were one of our sponsors. Thank you very much. By the way, we're on the brink of $1,000 mark. So guys, if you can help, just need two coffees to pass this $1,000 mark, which would be fantastic for cats and dogs. Okay, guys, it's all yours. Grant, Simmons and Dixon Jones.
All right. So Dixon and I are not known for being normal, and by that I mean rational. Okay, you might be. So we thought we'd do a little fireside chat about this, because Dixon has been around a long time and I'm just old. And so we thought we'd talk a little bit about internal links based on your massive experience, Dixon.
Well, yeah, and since it's nearly well, it's 7:30 in the evening here, and I don't work on Fridays, so this is it's getting hidden by the Farside chat, which is great. But there we go.
I have a cup of tea. I'm in Virginia. Anyway, so I want to talk to you, Dixon. Now, obviously, we're going to go back and forth a little bit, but I would like to ask, based on your experience, not just at InLinks, but a Majestic, and other. We're talking about internal links. What is the biggest challenge you see now when you look at sites, either through the InLinks dashboard or just looking at event? What is the challenge you see that these lovely people out there can basically fix?
Well, there's a number of things. I mean, since you mentioned my Majestic days, I think one of the things that is interesting about the maths of the old PageRank algorithm is that PageRank doesn't distinguish in the original algorithm between an external link and an internal link, and all the maths of internal links applies to PageRank, and although Majestic concentrates on showing you all the external links, the maths is also done on internally as well, so it does all the calculations on that. And I think that people forget that they can manipulate, say, the PageRank, and nowadays the topical PageRank of any particular page, particularly their important pages, their SEO pages, if really effectively with internal links, even if the pillar page, the one you're hoping to rank on the search engines, doesn't have any external links going to that page, that doesn't stop you from giving it power through your own website. But I think that people have a problem seeing their internal link structure for a start. Most tools don't have it. Doing an internal links audit, particularly at a site-wide level, we can maybe talk about some of the tools and things that are out there for internal link audits, and I think they're weak at the moment, and hopefully that's something we can fix. But I think that that these are the things. People are just blind. They don't have the information to say, right, we've got this one page that needs to be, the authority page for this topic over here. And this one is over here, which is the authority for this page. But they never told anybody else in the organization. So everybody else is writing content that's overlapping with that, and there's no coordinated effort. And even if there is a coordinated effort, it's done piecemeal generally. And I think that is the major problem. It's marshalling your resources into a single focus. Right. Does that make sense, or have I already got?
No. I think it makes sense. I probably can condense that a little bit because I haven't had wine yet.
Probably best, mate. But, yeah.
No. So what we're essentially saying is that there's a lot of writers who are told, add a couple of internal links to your blog post, and just maybe if you can find a page that is relevant, you link to it. And what I see is lots of people linking blog post to blog post, and that's not necessarily pulling your, if you want to use your link juice and your PageRank, to the right places. You talked about a target page or an SEO page or a landing page, a pillar page. There's so many different words, HubSpot, whatever. So What do you mean by that? Because we're going to create links. Where we're going to create links to? Why and what's important?
Yeah. So I think the process you should go with, regardless of whether you use technologies or not to do it, is you've got to start with your business, right? So, if you're an insurance company, please don't try and optimize for a mortgage. That's not the right, attitude. You've got to know what your business is. And then you've got to work out the main business areas within that function, that business. And you need to keep on focusing on them, because yes, you can write content that gets ranking for the long tail. You don't need necessarily internal linking for any of that. But the stuff that's going to make you money, usually, even for a site with millions of pages, is probably, hundreds of thousands of pages, is probably in the dozens, or the money pages are in the dozens or hundreds, depending on the size of your website. For most businesses, especially smaller businesses with, say, less than 20 people in them, well, they can't be more than about 10 different things that they do. If they do solar panels, they do solar panels. They probably don't do windmills, you know. And it's, you know, and I think that you have to focus on those ideas, and then when one particular idea gets too big, you have a page that's focused on that. And as the content on your site grows, then you may split that off into smaller ideas. But I don't think you should jump in and just set every page up with a target. You kind of need to focus on what's going to make the money for you.
So money pages, definitely targets, number one. Number two is, and there's some great comments going back and forth.
Oh, you can pick them up, so I'm not reading fast enough. So
when we talk about this, we are talking about for search engines, but by extension, having links to the relevant money pages is great for business and is great for users too, because ultimately they have some kind of needs met they need to do. So hopefully that aligns with your business needs as well. So sending people down a funnel with internal links is just as important as sending search engines down proper routes for internal links, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, but let me ask a question back to you, because you have dealt with a lot of big sites as a kind of like in-house kind of guy as well. And as you know, and I'm a little businessman. I'm a tiny little businessman. Even when I was Majestic, all we really cared about is the phrase external links or whatever. Link intelligence, these kind of things. So I think you've dealt with a lot more big websites, and I kind of just made a sweeping statement that smaller websites, you kind of only have 10 things that you want to rank for. But I don't know if you can talk about some of the big sites you have worked on in the past, but when you were going for those, did you have a dozens of headline terms, or did you have hundreds of headline terms?
It's a really good question, and remember, things have changed whereby a page used to be mostly keyword targeted. Now we're talking about topics, and obviously relevance around entities and relevance around that topic ontology that we just talked about. So homes.com, 120 million pages. You're trying to show up for homes for sale in Fox Sports are worked on. You're trying to show up for football scores. When you're working with Walmart and you're trying to actually show up for categories and subcategories, the main thing is, and what we found generally, there was lots of internal links that were going to many pages that weren't subcategories or categories, whereby, to your point originally, there is no cohesive strategy around it. So definitely we start with, what are the money pages? What are the sub money pages? We want to say pounds and pennies. All right, it all adds up. And then we would make sure that there was internal link that was relevant, related, and definitely not site-wide. And so from that standpoint, it was contextual, internal links that make sense. So a city, nearby cities. A city targeting homes would be homes for sale, maybe homes for rent, or homes for sale, maybe condos for sale. So we'd look at that, and we would have different internal links based on what level we were at. So always trying to do that where we're looking at relevant, related, context, and everything else. But that's big sites. What's the thought on small sites? If it's less than 20 pages, you can't really screw up too much.
Yeah, somebody needs to give $10 because we need to hit $1,000. So, yeah. Well, I think the thing with whether it's big or small, I think that the interesting thing about the methodology you just said is that there was a lot of probably a lot of manual thinking about that kind of issue, and the tools that have been traditionally out there for auditing internal linking. And I saw one talking about how you can use Screaming Frog. I think it's Will Reynolds or someone did one recently on how to use Screaming Frog for internal link auditing. And I kind of played with it, and I thought, okay, because obviously we're coming out with internal link auditing, and it's kind of like, oh, okay, right, maybe we're just trying to reinvent the wheel. And so I went and looked at, and the thing is, most of those tools, you get to say, right, okay, here's my target page. I want to have a look at all the link opportunities for keyword, enter keyword here. And you put a keyword in, it runs through all the other websites and finds for all web pages and finds where those potential links are. And there's two fundamental problems with that. Is that the first is that you you are doing it one page at a time. And you're also doing it exact match at a time. And I think both of those are a real issue that I've not seen the industry have a quick answer to, given that we all have businesses that want to have the 10 category pages ranking usually and that sort of thing. Surely you would have thought that we should already have this optimization system, the systems in place to do that, and know where the gaps are, and know where there's broken links, and know these kind of things, and the systems don't. So we're going in and saying, right, we're going to audit your internal links, and that's either done manually, which is time consuming, and in the tests and the stuff that we're coming out with, I hope. The one site I'm coming up with, we've only someone has tried to do the internal linking manually, and they did exactly what you said at the start. You've said the writers have been told every time they write something to then go and have a look at what's on the site and put in internal links on the page, so that when it goes live, it's already got the links and off it goes. 11% of the link opportunities were discovered that way. So that means that 89% of the example that we used, which is only a 100-page website, they'd missed these opportunities. And I've had a look at the first stuff. It's all in. It's not out yet. So, but there's a huge gap in those link opportunities.
So what? Once again, not condensing it down too much, but using targets is not just about sending keyword anchor text to a page.
Absolutely not. Well, I know it is. If you use if you sort of so Link Whisper, for example, is a great free tool. It'll plug in WordPress plugin. It'll give the exact match anchor text, and it'll be there, and you program it, and you'll do all the links and put it all into the system. Don't need to pay, I don't think, very much anyway. But it's not really doing any kind of ontology. And we talked. It's not doing any kind of ontology. Or understanding of synonyms and that sort of thing, and that can be really problematic if it's not trying to understand synonyms, because it means all the links are exact match. It means that the links have not been understood in context. They are literally just putting the links in, even if they're not appropriate. There's probably no checking of any of those links. So I think that you need to understand synonyms, or something, a human or a machine needs to understand synonyms. It needs to understand contexts, and it needs to understand how salient that content is on the page as well. So Google did a thing on salience, entity salience, in 2014, I think. There's a Google paper on entity salience, and I think that that's an interesting paper, because you look through a page of content, and it tries to say which ones are salient topics and which ones are not relevant to the particular context they're being used. You don't necessarily need to link absolutely everything to everything. You need to have some kind of meaning in there.
And that is the challenge, where a lot of writers are not SEO people, and they're given very basic instructions. And the idea of burying internal anchor text is something we always looked at when we were doing link building from the outside in.
Yeah.
We don't really think of it from the inside out.
Yeah, and doing it from the inside in. So inside in. Yeah, the only way the SEO does it is in the menu structure, which, okay, that's fine, but that's a different type of link. And a menu structure link doesn't have context, because it doesn't have any words around it to explain to the user or to the reader or to Google, for that matter, as to what that context is. So you need it in the text. I
think it's a really good point. So a lot of people, when they're running their link audits with Screaming Frog or Sitebulb or some of these other great tools, they're basically getting an idea of internal links totally, and they're seeing anchor text that is 90% of one kind, because that's the navigational elements within the site. They're not looking at that segment of contextual links and saying, okay, that contextual anchor text, is it varied? Is it giving additional? What are the words around that as well that are giving additional context? And you and I were talking about that, context window, that the idea of now, generative AI is looking at more and more of a piece of copy to understand what an actual link is about.
Yeah. So Google had all that stuff some years ago on passage indexing, and then Bert was all about understanding queries backwards, forwards, and sideways, and all these things are starting to show that chunking is a big part of it all. By the way, there was an interesting question. I think it was an interesting question from Jerry. It could be a sarcastic question. I don't know, but I don't know if you can bring that question up again. I thought it looked interesting, but you know, it may not be. But something about derivatives and things. And what I thought the question was saying was, well, let's talk about derivatives of a term. So basically, you go down from a term. You've got a generic term. And then you move down. I can't seem to find the question now. So if it comes up, then it comes up. But okay, there we go. Let's talk derivatives and for anchor text. If you look at the cluster terms ranking similarly, thought on using internal link actors varied in that. Okay, yeah. So basically, it wasn't Jerry. It was Stefan. So okay. So our take on it, rightly or wrongly, is that firstly, who's Jerry? Jerry White. He's somebody who rarely. It was him. Yeah, I got the wrong one. Anyway, so the first thing to do really is you can't do this properly unless either you're a human and you can read the content and you understand the difference between a Mustang, which is a car, a Mustang that is a plane, and a Mustang that's a horse. If you're a human, you get that intuitively, and you may also know that Mustang and horse are similar things, and really, you could interchange those words in a particular context on a site. And Mustang and car, you could interchange those words on a different site, but never the twain should meet. So, you don't want to link a Mustang car to a Mustang horse web page, and you also at the same time need to understand that a Mustang and a horse, in the context of where you are, is the same thing. So if you're doing it as a human, you can do it. If you're doing it as a machine, you need to have a natural language processing algorithm. Google's got one. TextRaiser is a great one. Obviously, Inglinks is a good one. And then IBM Watson also. All of those are APIs that will allow you to return entities on a page, and you can see the underlying entity of those. But they can be a different word. The words that we see are just labels. And the example I use often is the Eiffel Tower, La Tour Eiffel, and a big metal building in Paris. And there's some things in a Azerbaijan alphabet. They all mean the same thing, and they're just labels for the same object. And it doesn't matter whether you see the Wikipedia page in English, French, German, whatever. It's the same object. There's only one proper Eiffel Tower. And what you call it is just something that changes with human beings changing language over time. But the concept is static. But the NLP needs to understand the concept, or at least have a record for it.
Sorry, you literally wrote the book on entity SEO. All right, so I can bring that in. You literally wrote that book.
It's only 72 pages. I wasn't very bright.
You literally skimmed through that book. Everyone, probably people have read it while they're on this actual chat. So the idea of entities, what you just said, something that's unique and cataloged and understood by NLP, search engines, things like that, it's really key. And it's key to how we're looking at things. And I think to Stefan's point, we're looking at entities and associations around the entities, kind of entity attributes, and we're looking at synonyms, as you said, but we're really trying to get that full, complete picture. So there's total disambiguation in what a page is about.
Yeah.
Now, how do we do that, and how can people do that if they're not doing inlinks?
So you can go through and use the old sort of skyscraper technique of going and having a look at all the content and writing down the individual things. But I think you have to you just can't do it at scale without a natural language algorithm, processing algorithm. Unfortunately, we're not the only one out there, but but I think you have to use something. I know you could probably use a Python script as well to sit there and say, right, tell me all the things that this is about on the page. So there's probably plenty of things to define a page into its underlying topics. That doesn't help you necessarily to do all of your internal linking, because remember, your internal linking structure and strategy should start with the pillar pages, going back to where we started, and you need to say, right, these are the pillar pages. Now I need to run this algorithm over all of the other content to see where I've got content that needs to link through. And I don't want to look at it just by the exact match keywords. I want to look at it by the concept. If I've got to put it this way, if I've got a page about the Eiffel Tower, and then I've got a page in a completely different language that mentions the Eiffel Tower, but I don't have an English page on the Eiffel Tower, do you link through to the English page on Eiffel Tower? I would say you do, because you that's where your authority is for the concept of the Eiffel Tower.
Well, so I'll go back again. So we've talked about the target page.
Are you saying I didn't answer the question?
No, no, you answered the question. It was unbelievably perfect. In fact, it's probably the most perfect answer I've ever heard in my 15 years of SEO. But
ladies and gentlemen, I pay him a retainer for saying this stuff.
That's right. No, so we have our target page, and we're talking about that as an entity, a disambiguated entity page. So it's not like we're slicing a grape and trying to get something down. So because those days are mostly gone, where unless there's a distinct different intent, you're going to have a main page. And so once we've defined that entity, that main thing, we then know, based on NLP, what kind of anchor text and what kind of variation we should use to get back to that page. That's right. And
that slicing issue is a real thing for people to get their heads around. There's so many websites that, or so many users of inlinks that come in and they just say, you don't have the entities. Well, oh, my pages, you don't have entities for my stuff. And you look at it and it's like, well, they've got a gray screwdriver, a blue screwdriver, and an orange screwdriver, and and then a Phillips screwdriver, and one or two of these things are entities, and then they've got 300 other products that are the same entity, just a different color. Now, at that point, they have to start to understand the idea of mapping, and I kind of try and explain that this way. I'll say, right, okay, I'm going to use the Eiffel Tower. You're trying to walk to the Eiffel Tower from Grand Central Station or wherever, or whatever, from Paris, Gare du Nord, and you're trying to get there, and you've got a map. So Simon Cox, no, it's windy. Let's get a drink. The old men are here, so you're trying to get there, and you know the direction to travel. But it doesn't matter whether you use Google Maps or Apple Maps; you're still going to get there. The point is that as long as our knowledge graph is genuinely trying to be correct, and Google's knowledge graph is trying to be correct, and any other knowledge graph is trying to map the world of in this case concepts in a way that we all genuinely believe is correct, you will get to where you want to go. You will tell a search engine where you want to go. You will tell the users where they want to go, and the internal linking is really playing to that strength. And I don't know if I've
no. So what we're also saying then is we're creating our own knowledge graph in our site through the correct internal linking strategy. And it's really hard when you have 20 people involved in that to make sure you're all on the same page, literally and figuratively.
That is. And I think that I remember, going back 25 years, I remember when the BBC was brilliant at SEO, and there was a young kid, and he was 16. He's died now, but he was the SEO for the BBC in my early years in 1999, 2001, 2002. And this guy got it right. And basically, they were, every time new content was coming out, they were sitting there and putting internal links to the major sections on the website and stuff. And the internal link was brilliant. And the BBC dominated news search at the time, and absolutely brilliant strategy, given that it was 20-25 years ago. But unfortunately, it just didn't scale ultimately over time. Something got forgotten. The processes weren't in place. There was no technology to take over from that. So the internal linking reduces the cannibalization. It allows your blog content to talk about multiple things, and still those internal links can break that cannibalization down. So if you've got a DIY site, I know we're going to run out of time in a second. If we've got a DIY site that talks about screwdrivers, talks about drills, and talks about paint, and then you write an article on how to change your front door, then it's going to talk about a screwdriver, and it's going to talk about drills, and it's going to talk about paint. It doesn't mean you don't talk about changing the front door. It means that can then support the pillar stuff of selling screwdrivers, selling paint, and selling, drills.
Yeah, you don't have that cannibalizing in your blog categories. That's always a challenge. Hey,
yeah,
I want to just light one fire before we have to go, I guess, which is, all right, you just talked about a blog article, having links to different tools and stuff. All right, the question I got, I was just at Digital Summit this last week. It was, how many links should you have on a page? Can you have too many links on a page? Dixon,
okay. I've done the calculations. 13.6.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah,
okay.
there you go.
Because last week it was 14.3.
Yeah, but but that's it. That's it's just the maths, and so you just got to update the maths every day. That's what it is, isn't it?
Well, that's good to know. Anton, do we still have time? Because I'm loving this. I can do this all day. Okay, all right. Well,
you have 2 minutes.
I think she said we have 2 hours, Dixon.
Yeah, that's right. I suspect that we're going to get cut off like this any second now. So
comes out.
You do have 2 minutes. 2 minutes, guys. Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. That's absolutely fine. So, well, in that case, I'll just use this last section to say that if anyone hasn't used in links, then where are you? There's a free version, so it's not that difficult. And I'm saying that because I'm a sponsor and I'm allowed to. But Grant, thanks very much for giving me the lining up the questions. That's a lot of fun.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And look,
bollocks! I make you do it.
I've known Anton for a long time, and he's doing a lot of good here. And so please keep going. Let's see if we can keep going. Internal links, Dixon really did write the book on this. He is a master. Read his book or read some of the articles on InLinks. Some really good resources to learn about internal linking, entities, and everything else. It is all connected. We are just one big graph. And thank you.
Jerry, the guy was Martin. I can't remember his surname. And I think he died in a plane accident. So.
Well, way to finish on a high note. Dixon.
Sorry, mate. No. Sorry.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. It's great to see some nice faces, nice names. We'll see you on the flip side. And thank you, Olesia. Is there any other questions, by the way? Is there anything else?
No, we got to go, Grant. We got to grow. Just let him get us out. Let's get us out.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye. We have wonderful people.
Hello.
Hello.
Anton, you are muted as always.
Yeah, sorry. We have a new session. It's Arnout Hellemans from Amsterdam and the Montse Cano from Madrid. So I don't know what you will be talking about. This is not my part. This is Olesia part. I just wanted to thank Bibi for this picture. It really looks like me. Well, 20 years ago probably, but still fantastic picture. Thank you very much. And guys, we just passed $1,000 mark. It's almost 1,000. Almost 1,100. So it's fantastic. We're doing extremely well. But if you still have some money, you're very welcome to donate. Okay, guys, go ahead.
Okay, let's start. You should be able to see my screen now.
Yes.
That's excellent. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about query satisfaction and how UX can influence rankings. And I've heard Olesia ask questions about the helpful content update and how do you get out of that? How can you fix things? So I might go into those kind of things. So first question is, what is Google's biggest asset? And I've been asking this to tons of people. I know virtually this is not easy to do, but just chuck it in if you know it. I guess most people will know it if I say it out loud. Here's a little hint. Oh, crap. It's their users, right? Oh, the things don't work. Okay, that's fine. It's their users. If we as users stop using Google, Google has a massive problem. Now, you can ask me, how big is their problem then? Now, we'll see on the next slide. It's 206 billion, because that's how much money they are making with their websites, right? So I'm not talking about their cloud business. This is purely Google search, YouTube, and other things where they advertise, right? Gmail and those kind of things. So what Google is doing, they show more video and images than shopping and maps in the SERP if it helps satisfying a user's intent, right? There's nobody within Google that goes, let's put a maps listing here, let's do a video here, let's do this there. No, they actually got algorithms that decide this based on user behavior, how they move over the SERP pages when they click towards images or videos or those kind of things. And this is all being input to build a better SERP for the user, right? So, and this is also one I wanted to show you, right? Because if, say, I don't know why, you would like to rank for how to tie shoelaces, in this case, if you don't have a video, it's highly likely that you might be ranking high, but you won't get the view. You won't get the user to interact with your content. Another example, if you are looking, if you're a plumber and you have a beautiful website, well optimized and everything, but you don't have a Google Maps listing in this area. I was in Leeds over the past few days, so that's where I took this screenshot. You're basically nowhere to be found, right? And here's another one. And I'm not looking for a red dress, but my wife is. If she's looking for a red dress, this is what's being surfaced, right? And there's no intent behind it saying buying a red dress or buying a red dress for a gala or whatever, or for a ceremony. But what this does is user behavior has changed the SERP from just links into these kind of images. So if you're trying to rank an article about on the one of the things is red dress, forget about it if you don't put high quality images in. So the learning is optimize your content in the right format, right? It's very simple. And if you're going to ask me, how can I find the right format? Google it yourself, right? It's so simple. The answer is already in the SERP. So then I've got a little question, and this has passed. I mean, I've seen it in Koray's slides, and people were talking about it with penalties and core updates, but this is an actual project that I started working on. And what you actually see is there is a steady decline, right? And the way I felt about it is a bit like, oh, that's uncomfortable, because they had an SEO team. They have been working all this time, all these 16 months, and it was just declining, steadily declining, right? And here's my hypothesis, and I've seen this work at different sites. It could well be the case that your content in UX is not helping the user get an easy and unique answer to their query. If this is not the case, why should you rank, right? And you'll see a slow decline, because why would they keep you up there if it's deemed irrelevant or less relevant than other ones, right? We all know this, right? Bad and frustrating UX. We've all gone through this. We go through this every freaking day. That's at least my experience. I might be a frustrating Dutch guy, but hey, that's what it is. And then you see these, right? You get triggered into linking, going to a page, and then there's like a full-on ad. Like just today, I got an email pop up on my freaking first visit within 5 seconds. How is that helpful for my experience? It's not, right? And I see this a lot. And then people ask me, like, why doesn't it rank well? Well, because the user experience isn't there, right? Same with very slow loading speeds. I just took a screenshot from the Crux, the Chrome UX Data Studio dashboard you can do based on Crux data. I would highly recommend everybody doing it because it gives you feedback on all the Chrome users using your website and how they experience your website. Again, this is UX, the basics, right? And here's one that I don't see a lot of people talking about, is that you often, people say, like, why don't I have a feature snippet, or why am I not in the people also ask or stuff? And what I found is that sometimes if you do client-side rendering, it's not a problem to get it indexed, but Google won't or will rarely show you as an answer in a people also ask or a feature snippet. One of the reasons for it is when you click, it can't scroll to the exact answer, right? And this is something that when you get to this, it's just like, you need to fix this. Another one which Jarno van Driel pointed out was, if you have lazy loaded content, which was driving traffic, for instance, comments under a blog article, then when you make them lazy loading, you might lose the traffic that wants to go straight in there, right? So that is another one that I found as being problematic in some cases. And query optimization is just optimization. We need to think about how to get around all of this, right? And how to deliver our users what they want to have. So what are we going to do now, right? Start understanding your users' needs. And I think we've spoken about it a few times in previous sessions tonight, is, do we actually understand our users' needs? Do we know what they're trying to achieve? Because when you do keyword research, sometimes it's clear, but in a lot of cases, it's not. So let's start with this. The tools I use, and it's a pity because I wanted them to appear one by one, but now you already know, so I don't need to go over it for long. So the tools I use is the SERP, customer service. I love talking to customer service. I love reading what questions come in, and I'm also really in love with Also Asked. And I know that other tools like SEMrush and Ahrefs have it as well, but I'm just a big fan of Also Asked. Let's go to the next. So when you analyze the SERP, check out the autocomplete for products you sell, for your brand, for everything. Also check out the people also ask boxes, the featured snippets, the rich elements like videos or images, all these kind of things. I don't see a lot of people actually Googling their own things, and they should, because the answers are in the SERP, right? Customer service. Here's a little trick. If you get them drunk on an evening, you'll get the real stories about what's broken in the business. But you don't need to. You can just ask them. They'll give you the polite version. I like the non-polite version, but hey, that's me. And then you've got Also Asked. Like, I love putting a brand name in Also Asked and see what kind of questions are being asked about my brand and what websites are being serviced and how does that work. You can do how-to searches for any product or service you're offering. You can do your main keyword, and it will just pop up with all of these scraped SERPs that will allow you to get this information. And it's just wonderful, because you can also see in the paid version, you can see the answer, you can see the URL that's currently ranking, all of that, right? So what are you going to do now you have all this information, right? It's very simple. You need to start optimizing your product pages with the questions they have, the images they want to see, or the guarantee, or whatever comes out of this research you've done. The how-to guides, it's very simple. If you do use also ask, for instance, you'll see questions and you can put them all in, and that is massive, right? Same with product or service comparisons. You see a lot of searches going, should I go for this or that? I know, just make sure you publish it somewhere where you can get into the SERP in an ideal situation, in a positive way. Same with checkout content. If people have problems about questions about delivery times, you need to optimize it. Payment, how they can pay, you need to optimize all of this. Yet I see so many websites not doing it. And people can ask me, like, how will this affect SEO? Well, the thing is, I truly believe that if your website creates an awesome experience, you deserve to rank. And Google is basically tweaking their algorithms to become more like that, not chasing rankings, but helping users get what they want. And as a last but not least, I'm going to give you 2 patents worth diving into. And I've made them very easy. Well, not easy. I've basically given the TLDR to my version of it. But the links are also in the slides. So the first one is on quality score. Google has published 2 patents on site-wide quality score. And my learning is that a relative CTR can, so with CTR I mean click-through rate in the SERP, can, and in my humble opinion will, influence rankings over time. So if you rank number 3, but you get a higher portion of click-throughs than the number 1 or 2, you will relatively go up, right? And I think this is also the reason that in some core updates, they say it takes about 3 to 4 weeks to roll out. It's basically this in play. So it's basically user signals through CTR that will influence the rankings. The second one is the contextual estimation of link information gain. And what the cool thing about this is, it's about information gain. So if you publish exactly the same what's already out there, then why should you be indexed? Why should you deserve a user? Why should you deserve traffic? So the interesting thing is, this is, in my opinion, a patent that prevents machine learning, because machine learning looks at big data and just takes the common denominator and publishes that as being the truth. But that's already out there. So if you have a better way of solving problems, you have with this patent, so definitely read it, you will get a lot, like you have a bigger chance of actually getting traffic and higher traffic. If you just use AI to just chunk it out there, you will get some rankings, but at some point it's like, we already know this already exists for this query, so why should we add it into the index, and why does it deserve traffic? I guess that was it. Any questions? More than happy to answer them. I don't know.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Montse, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes. First of all, fantastic presentation, Arnout, as usual. Very, very good one. Very good insights. Very good insights. And I would like to add, just commenting on a couple of things that I have picked up from this presentation. I very much agree with how with everything that Arnout has said. And I think in this day and age, we already have the technology. We have become knowledgeable about SEO and the technology behind it and everything. So we need to basically just go back and look into our users' needs, because that is something that I have been missing over the years, because I have been always a holistic SEO, always looking at various aspects, not just the technology, not just keyword rankings, etc., etc. And what I feel is that we tend to lose sight of users' needs and users' preferences and behavior, and that is key. We can't really get lose.
I think we've lost you, Montse. And okay, then I'll just pass to the questions that we have at the moment. Arnout, do you think that core web vitals may impact quality? Back to the last question about the patents.
No. Well, if you're within your SERP, your page loads in 20 seconds and the rest does it in 3, yes, it will, right? Because but if you're within striking distance of the rest in the SERP, I don't see a reason why that would impact, and I haven't seen any impact for that matter.
So, for example, with SAHC, at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that these two not close to that these two patents may help people to recover from HCU, which they may have encountered since September, for example, some from March, some from September. What should they do? So, is there any course of actions that they can particularly take?
Yeah. So I think this is a really interesting one, because what I found when I was analyzing this and literally looking at the questions surrounding this, I could literally see this is an over-optimized article. This doesn't help these questions, right? So if you start reading up on the questions that surround a certain, say you've got all these blog articles, and you read these blog articles, and you basically you put the main questions you find in the SERP or anything, and you go, can I answer this? And you'll find that the majority of those won't be answered. They're just fluff. It's literally fluff. It's keyword optimized fluff in a lot of cases. And then, like, how is that going to help a user? And I think that's something that is a big thing. So by really looking at, I'm targeting this kind of action, right? It's a how-to for how to build a shed. But if I actually look at what questions there are in that process, you need to be trying to be the best answer and the most complete answer to all of those, and not just, hey, here's a keyword, I'm going to rank for it, I'll get it in so many times and blah, 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 let's rank. Because it doesn't work that way. And I truly believe that if you start with the user and what their their questions are, you have a fair chance to get back out there.
And that's how you build that reputation. Sorry, Arnout. That's how you build that reputation.
Exactly, that too. So I hope that helps, Olesia. At least that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, and here's an interesting question. If we already answer all these questions on our page, why would we use people also asked?
If we use what's already on Google, like PBA also asked, on our content, we will be saying that it's already there. And so the interesting thing is that if you look at the actual answers in the PAA, a lot of them are just not the right answers or not the ultimate answers.
Yeah.
So I think when you really look at the PAAs and you go, but that's not true. And I'm pretty sure I can write a better one. And so if somebody nailed it in your niche, yeah, you might be in a problematic state then. Or if you already have done it, you don't need to do it. But in all the other cases, there's a lot of room for improvement. I hope that helped. Uzgur? I don't know how to. Uzgur, okay.
And also, if I may, some of those answers are so imprecise. I mean, the answers to those questions need to be expanded more. So basically, what you get sometimes, and I don't say all the times, but sometimes, what I get to see is just very small answers to a question that needs to be further explaining, and this is where you can actually add value as well.
Agreed.
Are you using product variant schema or relying more on the Google Merchant Center?
Both.
Yeah.
Both. The way I see it is it's interesting. I've seen that when we started using the Merchant Center way more, we saw less crawls on our product pages, which I found interesting. But equally, we did put in product variants, and I think it always needs to be in sync, and that is the most important thing. So I think search engines rather are able to verify the information you give them than just go and the feed is right, because we know it's not always. So I'm using both, Jeannie.
And what for you, Montse?
Are you using product schemas, variants on yeah?
I haven't had a chance to use the schema one as yet, but I would say whenever I have faced these situations, I have never made a choice without testing. And normally speaking, generally speaking, I would definitely try both and see what happens, both options, and see what happens next.
Yeah.
Back to core web vitals. You mentioned, Arnout, if I understood you correctly, that they don't have impact on site quality, right?
No. What you'll find in the patent, it basically is the user signals that define the site quality, right? So yes, it can impact it if it impacts user behavior.
Yeah.
If it doesn't impact user behavior, and now the question I'm going to counter that with, say one page loads in 2 seconds and the other in 2.1. Will that have an effect on the user? Or the one will be in 2 and the other 2.5? No, it won't. So will it impact? It can, but will it? And I think the interesting thing is when you ask people at Google, they will say it might influence ranking. So I'm basically giving the same answer as Google is, right?
And in your experience, Montse?
In my experience, I think what we have to think of is just that this is all perceived aspects. So it might actually affect, or maybe not. But what we also have to think about is that sometimes a website which is not as well optimized as ours outranks basically a competitor outranks us because they are providing an answer which is more precise, better in all respects than the answer that we may be or not providing. And this is something that Google has also pointed out, and I have seen this in my experience. So yeah, it can definitely it can definitely affect, and this is something that you need to test.
The site quality, is it somehow connected to EEAT? That is such a...
So this is an interesting one. I think the answer is the same. So to give you an example, right, if there is a governmental site that has the rules and regulations of building a shed in your backyard, but the actual web page was written by the webmaster, there's no date on it, or there's only a year and a month, there's no avatar, there's no nothing. So basically, from an EEAT perspective, apart from the fact that it's a governmental website, there is no EEAT visible. Yet that website will outrank any other website which nailed EEAT, which nailed Core Web Vitals, even if it's a lot slower, because it's the single point of truth. It is what people expect there to be, the governmental website with the rules and regulations on building a shed in your backyard, right? So yes, it can. And I think this is also what you're seeing now with Forbes and other websites ranking, or Reddit, for instance. It's because there is a lot of signals saying that people want it there, and then it just happens. And EAT, I think, is more a guideline that could help build your trust for a user. But having EAT won't get you to rank. You still need to write content. You still need to build the brand. You're like, yeah, I know. It's all about having the right content and just building your presence. I see a lot of people going, hey, let's make up a fake persona. Let's create this for them and blah, blah, blah. And suddenly they are, honestly, like, nah, no. So that's my opinion about how EEAT works into this.
Okay, we have just 1 more minute, and maybe we can answer this fast. Regarding the example with the newsletter pop-up, how can this happen in an organization? Aren't CRO and SEO not talking to each other? They both want to make the website better for the user. Bot and...
Yeah. Simon, honestly, it's not my client. It's just like this. I ordered something online for my son, and this happened, and I was just like, why? I think because they can. Because somebody told them, like, a newsletter subscriber is worth so much. We need just show it everywhere, without thinking about the other consequences. I've got no clue, but that's my hunch. That's the only way, the reason. Or they just put it out there and they said, I don't know, it's fine, let's do it, let's see. Maybe they never tried. Honestly, I don't know, Simon. It's just a shitty experience.
Okay, thank you all so much. We need to pass to our next speakers. Thank you, Montse. Thank you, Arnout.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please
and
donate.
Don't forget to donate. I donated, the rest as well. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Hello.
Great. We have We have 2 more sessions, so guys, don't go away. We have 2 great sessions. So we have Red and Ashley today. And first thing I have to say, Ashley, thank you very much for helping us today. I know it's a huge day or days for you. You just started your new company. So congratulations, and hopefully it will be a great success. Hopefully we'll have you more and more talking about your achievement in business and everything. But today we're trying to get some money for cats and dogs on the side of this, but main thing obviously is all practical sessions and everything. So as I said, we will have 2 more sessions. These sessions and another one, so please don't go away. Please stay with us, and please do donate. Please do donate money for cats and dogs. We passed happily $1,000 mark, which is fantastic. We also have another link which is for PayPal link, and we have 220 euros there. So all looks good, all looks fantastic. And okay, guys, it's all yours. Go ahead.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Before I start actually doing my presentation, there's a big announcement to make also. This presentation is fully approved by my cat. So if you like this cat, you should probably run now and make some donations, because obviously that's why we are all here. Now, going back to the presentation. So you all probably remember, or most of you probably remember, there's confirmed and unconfirmed update algorithm updates in Google towards the end of 22. There was quite a few of them, 5, and obviously they were affecting some websites pretty badly, like any Google updates might. Okay. However, what happened at the end of last year, that was total carnage. We thought 5 was a lot. Google served us, if I counted them correctly, 8. So obviously proper algorithmic sandwich, because Google was stacking up those updates one on the other. I'd like to use one of the potential clients examples who came to us after helpful content update last year, after one of the updates following helpful content update last year, actually, because it's one of those examples of websites that got affected really the most, the harshest. And just to give you some context, niche of this website was martial arts, and to make things worse, the client has just bought the website. The sale finalized on the 10th of August, and as you probably remember, around a month later, helpful content update kicked in, and then another month later, 2 more updates, and then 4 more, and etc., etc. Now, the price that the client paid, this potential client paid for this website, was rounding up $147,000. So that's pretty much crazy. A few moments later, as you're probably expecting, that happened. Okay, so it wiped out, you can say, pretty much 80% of the site. It's still doing pretty well because the traffic is quite good, but it's just terrible what happened. And I'm pretty sure when the client just bought this website, was looking at this, he did feel that he's basically doing a nosedive straight down with his traffic. It's basically like if you bought yourself a Lamborghini and a month later or 2 months later, you're driving this rusty little thing. Okay, now this is to, again, put this in the context, because I actually did quite a few analyses around this website. It didn't end up actually signing this client on, but it's a great example, in my opinion. Now, what I like to do when I'm dealing with a situation like this, I have a 3-step process. Very easy. You gather the data, you analyze the data, and then you recover traffic. Simple, right? It's like when you're learning how to draw. You draw a face, you draw a circle, draw a nose, and then full face. Okay. Unfortunately, the reality looks a lot different than that. And what I really truly do, I approach a very broad analysis. So I gather data from, if any clients are affected, obviously from our clients, from some websites that we're observing as competitors. Pretty much anywhere we can, we reach out to other agencies that are friends with us and gather as much data as possible. If you can't do that, because obviously agencies would have advantage in this regard because they have access to more campaigns, you can also obviously go to Twitter, and there's people probably sharing some of the sites. What I like to do is I look at URL level data in Google Search Console if I have access to it, or in any other tools, but URL level data, not the keyword level data, because keywords are a bit problematic, and I'll tell you why in just a second. After that, like I said, I do a deep, broad analysis of a large sample, trying to figure out some similarities in the data that I notice. Obviously, digging in that much data, it's pretty monotonous. However, I personally like doing it manually because I can behave like a computer. I have this computer pretty much focused brain, and I look at things and just start seeing patterns. However, how much monotonous it is, it doesn't matter because it gives you, in my opinion, much better insights, the broad analysis. After which I aggregate my conclusions. I'm already seeing some patterns, as I said, and learning from that. And one thing that you shouldn't forget, any SEO should not forget, is that you also can learn from those that have won during the update, not just from those who lost during the update. Now, going back to what I said about the URL level data, here's an example of a site that got hit, and we happen to have access to Google Search Console data. If you look at the keywords, there's a whole variety of keywords, and obviously there's a lot of them. The clicks falling off the roof are pretty similar. So if I just looked at keywords, I would probably struggle to actually prioritize that. I would have to cluster those keywords, basically add myself a lot of additional work. Yet, when I just look at the URLs, Google basically did the classification or clustering job for me, because Google clustered it by URL, and this is pretty good for me. And maybe more importantly, you can actually easily see what are your priority URLs that you should be looking at, trying to analyze why they dropped off. And that's just a little tip from me. Another one is, during that analysis, when you're gathering all the data, very helpful view if you're using Ahrefs, is this SERP overview, where you can actually compare SERPs over to one date to the other from the past. And then this view tells you what URLs, what websites have gone up, which have gone down, and which stayed the same. So that's helping you to basically see and maybe pick out more competitors that you can actually analyze, who were either affected in a positive or a negative way, but by that update. To give you an example of, because in my opinion, helpful content update was very peculiar when it comes to all the updates that I've seen over something like 14 years of doing SEO. And this is one of there's actually a couple of examples here. So this is a page of our clients, and I'm just showing it to you, not for you to analyze the content or anything like this, because obviously there's not much here. However, just visually, if you look at that, you can tell that whatever outranked it, which is this, isn't looking much better overall. There's no images, there's no tables, there's nothing really additional to that. The only thing that I found here that our client didn't have, this is a real dojo, so they probably know what they're talking about when they're talking about martial arts. And well, I was crying seeing that example, but I said, well, yeah, that's fine. This is another example, similar situation, another page that we've analyzed, another URL that was outranked by this. There was absolutely nothing at all on that page. As much as I do agree that our clients, this potential client's website did not look that well, this page only had some small pieces of content, very general, and a lot of additional links on it. So there's pretty much nothing on it. And I was, again, crying when I saw that. All of that analysis, like I said, very peculiar, very frustrating. I was just screaming about that. But remember how I said that you also need to learn from sites that have actually gained something during the Google update? This was one of these, and that's another one of these. Obviously, big players. However, we've analyzed a lot more similar to those. We actually found a whole cluster of sites that nothing but gained during helpful content update and the following updates, and most of them belongs to Meredith conglomerate. We found them using this simple query, because signs all of their websites, and what we noticed is they're using all of the sites in the group, they are using some, let's say, modules that they implement and roll out across all of the websites. Here we have obviously some additional EAT information, some user feedback, interactive elements. Obviously, that content goes straight to the clue of what the article is, without any stuffing with weird words that are just there to bump up the word counts. That's another example, very good from the EEAT perspective. And when we actually analyze the authors here, I mean, these are most likely real people. I mean, I would doubt they are personas. I heard someone speaking earlier about EAT being way more than personas, which I obviously agree with, but having a real person there, or with great profiles across the internet, findable, that is also, in my opinion, something that can actually contribute to EAT. EAT is a lot of things, but that's one contributing factor. And as much as I would say that, yeah, well, these are big players, and your clients probably don't have Dotdash Meredith's budgets, you can still learn and pick out those little things and build modules around them that you can implement, which we actually did, and that's the revamp, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Just to recap, in my opinion, core algorithm updates, or devaluation, if you like, or penalty, which as we used to say, because I don't think it's a penalty, I think it's a devaluation. You got to remember that the whole playing field has shifted. It's not just your sites, the whole algorithm changed. AI got smarter or updated. The weights in the classifier neural network have changed. Everything changed. So it's nothing that is against your website or websites like you in particular. There's no fix, really. If the whole thing changed, then obviously you wouldn't be looking at one fix. In the past, we had manual or algo penalties that were for something. Now those broad algo changes like helpful content are devaluations. And like I said, you didn't get penalized, you just got what your site deserves in light of the current algorithm and quality metrics. And to say it in different words, or like really emphasize what it is, it's not any one thing you did or didn't do. It's just basically everything, the whole picture. So you have to, I'm saying that because I want to draw this conclusion that you need to look broader, essentially. Now, when it comes to helpful content update, Google is much more vocal about what to do. It gives us very helpful in itself suggestion to create helpful, reliable, and people first content. Easy, right? But together with that, Google throws at us also a bunch of additional things that basically can match up with any website on the internet. And it's actually pretty difficult to come out with one or a few conclusions. I tried doing that. It's going to be broad, but I would summarize everything that helpful content update is about around, first of all, thinking about the user, not the search engine. If you have this approach, you'll probably win, broadly speaking, and in the long term. And secondly, your website should have a clear purpose and very strong value offering. And well, lastly, as we all people are dealing with our time management, you also need to use leverage, because you need to prioritize what you're doing on the website. And in our case, this leverage is actually programmatic. SEO revamp. So what this SEO revamp that we like to call it is, it's a broad HCU, I would say, cemented, because it prompted us to finalize this idea. Broad and bold approach to looking at SEO. It's not a remedy for coming out of helpful content update from the last September. We have a lot of revamp projects currently being implemented or already implemented, which haven't picked up any pace yet, because those websites are still affected, as far as I know. And I read on the internet and followed on Twitter different things different people say about helpful content update. I am still yet to see a website that has fully recovered, or at least recovered significantly from the HCU update. So this isn't a remedy, but it's a strategy that will help you bring the site back, hopefully in the long term, and if not, grow it if you've not been affected, which I'll show you a few examples of in a second. Now, in SEO Revamp, we are sticking almost solely to basic optimization, nothing spectacular, just basics cleanup that is blocking you from ranking well. Okay, so if you have no index on the site, obviously you need to remove it. Okay. We strongly focus on finding truly unique value that can be added to the website. It's important that it's being added to the website, because we're trying to outgrow what is bad on the site or what is insufficient on the site. So it's added to the website. And obviously, we're optimizing our time. So we're looking for programmatic implementation that is our leverage and expands on the site's topic. And finally, the implementation follows standard best practices and ensures semantic structure, because that's what Google needs. Now, off to some examples. I have 3 examples here where we implemented revamp strategies. The first example, the site is in home and garden niche, approximately 2 years old, maybe coming up to 3 at the moment. And what we did, and by the way, basic optimization over cleanup, this is something that will be reappearing in all of these strategies, but because that's needed in every single one. But I'm emphasizing the revamp stuff. For this site, we devised a new content plan. We created new navigation, improved navigation. And for the revamp, I actually built a full AI translation module that grabs all your content, puts it through an AI translator, puts it through an AI analysis tool that relinks every content and finds additional internal linking opportunities. And for that site, we translated around 700 posts that were on that website to Spanish. If you think about it, if you want to show purpose of the site, and that this site isn't just to make money off ads and content, well, going international, it's a pretty good thing, because that proves that you are serious about your business. After the revamp, we actually did human proofreading, because just AI content wouldn't be enough. And something that we plan for the site is actually directory of gardening equipment manuals that we're actually pulling from an API. Now, this is what happened with the site. Campaign started, we had some hiccups, and the content, the traffic wasn't very steady. However, when we translated the content, it all started picking up very nicely. This is just Spanish version of the site across, I think, 2 or 3 months. It gained 11,000 clicks from nothing, because obviously we implemented the whole version of the site, and 500,000 impressions, and obviously this keeps growing. Another example.
Maybe we'll just very quickly through 2 examples, because we only have 10 minutes left, and I wanted to also ask Ashley and some questions from the audience. Just super quickly. Okay.
Running through it. So the next example, it was actually a new website that I built to prove the concept. It has AI content, plus some elements, intelligent interlinking, and AI fact checking. These are AI elements. I'm not going to go through them, but fact checking is pretty clever, because it actually finds the claims from the content. It queries search engine to find whether it can confirm or deny those claims, and dumps them all here as fact checked. So that's pretty cool. That's how it went. So I think it went pretty well. During that time, you had helpful content update, actually didn't do anything, helped that. So that's great. And the last example, which is my favorite, so shame we don't have that much time, it's a sustainability niche. And what we did here in the revamp, we did EAT and HCU elements, but what really moved the needle was the business directory with custom evaluation algorithms for the company. So this is just an example of this page from the directory. We've created like 1,000 of those. This is to show you that without any indexing stimulation, it's just picking up those pages and indexing them fine. And that's how it looked like when we actually rolled this out. And that's from Google Search Console. So it's going crazy, it's going well. Just to summarize, maybe you guys can just take a screenshot of that. I'm not gonna go through it because I really want to take some questions.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much.
It got more interesting at the end. Unfortunately, we were pretty limited in what we can do. Actually, and Rad talked a lot about AI also, and some automations and programmatic content. And you are launching this content young company, which is content based, actually, as far as I understand, correct?
Yes.
And I know that many people think that content is doomed and AI will take over the world and no one will write anything. So what do you think about that?
Quite a lot. So I think this whole negative connotation with AI should be removed. There's a lot of negativity if you use AI. There's a lot of negativity if you don't use AI, how you use it. I think everyone's still trying to figure it out. But the most important thing that I could say, and this is something that Rad definitely shared kind of and echoed throughout his presentation, is that AI is a tool. Just as we've been given tools like Screaming Frog, Ahrefs, SEMrush, those are all just tools in our toolbox. It is not our full-blown strategy. It is not how we are going to write and produce content for forever. It is literally just think of it like a coworker. And so you can do things and get really creative like Rad did to create AI solutions to streamline your work or offer free things for your consumers in order to get people to go to your content and really engage with your content. But as far as using AI to completely produce your content, that is literally the anti-helpful content update. That is going against what we're being told to do. And I would not be surprised if we go back to the lovely end of spammy link building days and a bunch of people's content starts to get spammed because all they're doing is just using AI to write it. And it's not helpful. It's not reliable. It's not converting users.
Yeah, I would just say one thing about that. I totally agree with you. And me being very pragmatic person, also very wary of what Google can serve us. I like to say that you have to find a balance between automation, personalization, and then you're going to be good.
Yeah, I agree.
Since Google says they can't understand content, only read text, how does it determine if the new content is for users better than what is there already in the search results?
Rad, do you want to take that one away?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a very loaded question, big one to answer, because Google's algorithm is pretty much amazing. It makes mistakes, but it's very clever in finding different things and different signals and pulling those signals into the mix and basically churning through them. And this is how it does it. I mean, we could probably talk hours about how exactly Google does it, but there's certain elements that it tries to compare. And if someone's outranking you, essentially they're better than you. Google found them better than you.
Which just means you have an opportunity to improve your content, to get more viewers on it, to get more engagement. So always do like Rad said, go and actually look at the search results. Don't just use the tools, like physically put yourself in the user's shoes and see what makes their content different than yours.
Yeah.
And this one is specifically for Rad. How or where did you do that fact checking that you showed in example 2, I think? And how did you implement it?
Well, so for that one, we actually built our own system that AI first analyzes the content and picks up the claims that the content is making, then it searches Google basically for those claims, and then it tries to visit the URLs that are ranking there and analyze whether these claims are confirmed or denied. I will give you a tip that Google has an API that is called fact-checking API, which you can implement, but it's still pretty young actually, and it's not that great because it doesn't cover a lot of topics. But that was a custom-built module that we did.
And is it computationally loaded and really kind of hard to do? Like it may cost lots of money if you've got something long to check.
Well, I mean, the AI prices are pretty low at the moment. So even if you have like 10,000 words of content, you can probably do it in cents. It doesn't cost that much.
Ashley, do you use AI for writing content?
I don't use AI for writing content. I use it for more of a strategy. So an example will be like, I have this pillar piece of content that I want to write, and here are the subtopics that I want to create for a fully fleshed out content flow. What other topics would be good to include in this? What am I missing? Or here's a heading structure that I'm thinking of using. Are there any other questions that maybe I'm missing? So kind of going back and forth with it and using it to make sure that I'm fleshing out my content as much as possible.
And in terms of programmatic, so I do remember that Radio promised that you'll be adding more about that when we talked about your presentation, like prior to giving it. And for example, you have to create lots of these pages, and back to this fact-checking process. How do you do that so that your pages don't tank in 3 months?
Well, obviously you take precautions how to separate, like I said, finding balance between automation and personalization. So that proof of concept website that we created that is fully based on AI, there's a few things that I probably wrote there, but most of them are just AI generated. I think why Google hasn't gotten to that yet, and by the way, I'm pretty much making a statement that it's not the client side, it's a proof of concept side. So when it tanks, it tanks. I think while it's still, because it's still not tanked because it has all of these additional signals that Google sees as useful. So it doesn't focus on the content that much.
Yeah, Ashley, do you think there may be times when Google will just generate all the content themselves from their database that they scrape, and that's it?
I mean, we do see it all the time when, as a user, I'll go into Google and type for something like what temperature do I need to bake X, Y, and Z in the oven? And it'll give me a bulleted list, and then the temperature will be in there. It's pulling from someone else's content. But then as a user, I then try and make this recipe and I need more information. So I find myself, that isn't enough. And then I end up having to click on the search result, going to the page, scrolling down until I get the exact information that I want. So yes, Google is definitely doing that, but you have to rely on the piece of content that you're creating, including everything there is to know about that topic. So when that user does end up needing more information, instead of going back to Google, they go back to your site.
Okay, thank you so much. I've enjoyed your session. We pass to another speaker. Don't go away. Thank you, Rod. Thank you, Ashley, for your generous sharing of knowledge, and it was amazing. So thank you so much. And
thank you very much. Keep donating, people.
Yes, keep donating.
And don't go away. We've got Bengü on the show. Just a moment. Hello.
For some reason, yeah. Hi, Bengü. For some
You're
reason,
muted.
Is it better now?
I'm not muted. No.
You're
we're supposed to have Veronika here, but for some reason she's not here, unfortunately. So obviously we're gonna go with Bengü. So this session will be all about YouTube, which is fine with me. By the way, talking about YouTube, guys, if you can give a like for this. It's already more than 100 likes, but still give a like. It doesn't cost you anything and helps our video to prosper. Also, this is a brilliant channel. I recommend everyone to subscribe, because obviously 4.5 hours today, okay, we can stand it with Olesia, but most of the people cannot. I'm pretty sure every session is absolutely brilliant and have plenty of stuff, interesting stuff. So recording is fine. If you subscribe to this channel, fantastic. You don't need to go running around. You can have a recording, by the way. Okay, I also wanted to say thank you for our sponsors again. If you can have our sponsor
just a moment.
slide. Yes, slide with our sponsor. Search Engine Journal. Okay, guys, something you don't have to really present. If you need any information on a search, PPC content as well. Yeah, Search Engine Journal is a great source for it. Tape A Media is a boutique based in London, boutique SEO agency. In Links SEO tool, but it's Dixon Jones getting out of Majestic and created this in Links tool. So it's all about links, but yeah, it's kind of. We had the before, so if you're very deep in this, yeah, you should try. Matt Zinger's consulting, Purna Virgin with her book. Yeah, I suggest you go and read the book. SEO Slide is SEO agency running with Olga's Systrix, another SEO tool. StreamYard, we're using StreamYard right now. Optimizer as a platform tool. It's about PPC stuff. Okay, so I guess I've mentioned them all. We can go and do this session. Bengü Atamer, please take it away. It's all yours.
Thanks, Anton. Thank you so much for having me. And it's a great cause, obviously. That was a nice call to action for the YouTube channel. I've already subscribed, by the way. Congrats on the channel, Olesia. I'll have another call to action. Maybe if everybody can also donate. I've already donated today as well. Oh, there is Veronika as well, which is perfect.
Sorry.
No
Got
problem.
technical issues. So
my name is Bengü and I'm the co-founder of Paws My Videos. I used to work at YouTube, Google, like almost a decade ago now. At our company, we focus all things YouTube. After I've introduced myself, I'm going to pass it on to Veronika because she's actually going to be starting the presentation. So that's it from me. I'll just tune in after Veronika's presentation to speak a little bit about YouTube SEO, Google SEO, and how they work together. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, Veronika. Nice to see you. You can actually start.
so perfect.
Without
hi.
further ado.
So sorry, I'm a little bit too late. So I want to talk about the digital trinity today. So we have heard a lot of really interesting talks today about technical sides, UX, working with developers, and I want to talk about how you can use SEO, PPC, and social media in one strategy. And yes, it was a really good talk. Yes, so let's start. In generation Z is growing, AI is growing, and the search generative experience comes up. The search has reshaped the landscape. And what we see is the rise of social media posts in the search, for example, multimedia content like videos. And we see the search is getting more interactive. Normally, we live in 3 silos. We have SEO, we have PPC, we have social media. And we live there, and the only thing what we do is maybe we talk to a PPC manager, for example, and ask for a keyword list. Sometimes we talk to a social media manager about what they do, but we don't really work together. And this is really boring, because if we use the full power and we see how Gen Z is rising and social media is rising, we should think about a new strategy. And my favorite at this point is HubSpot. For me, HubSpot is one of the digital trinity pioneers. They does it for years. They have a holistic approach, and they use all the channels for a holistic digital marketing strategy. On SEO side, they have really nice content. I'm sure every marketeer has one resource from HubSpot. Is it a checklist? Is it a guide or a report? Maybe you use the CRM, so everybody knows it. And the content is not only we write something, sondern it's about solving problems for the target groups. And it's really high quality content. And this is why we think, if you think about HubSpot, we think about inbound marketing. And this is because of their really high quality content, and they're boosting with their content their website. They have also a good technical side, so they make it the right way. On the PPC side, they catch up a broader audience. They are searching for marketing solutions. And what's really interesting, their ads are really crafted. They match the search intent of the users related to the inbound marketing. It's so nice. So it works all together. And they don't make it landing pages, special landing pages for PPC, not often. They let them land on their website. So they push SEO and PPC together. And the best thing is they don't only push their organic side, and they also have a broader spectrum with their PPC campaigns. They have really good ones. They have display, they have videos, they have normal search ads. And so they get really high qualified leads from users in different stages. So it's really interesting. On social media, they have a really interesting tactic because they engage with their audience, but they always have this one brand. So, if you come from PPC or you are on their social media account or on their website, you always know it's HubSpot. And they share valuable content there, and they drive traffic from social media to the website. What's really good for all channels. And the strategy is not just about promoting their products. It's about creating conversations, sharing industry insights, and have a real good community there. And what's interesting, if you go deeper in the research, you see they use all the data from the social media interactions, and also from the PPC inside, and also from their SEO side. And they refine their tactics and strategy with the insights they get from their data. And this is why they are so successful, because they know if you have one brand, you have to show it on every channel you use, and you have to combine these channels. And this is why they are so successful. And they make their decision data-driven, and they use topics from social media. They also use the topics for the SEO side and also on the PPC campaigns. And this is why they have traffic over the years. It rises. They have a really good lead generation, and they get it also from their really good PPC campaigns. They get it over SEO, and I'm sure they also get it over social media marketing. And they have a really high brand authority because everyone knows HubSpot. So every marketer, I would say, knows HubSpot. And they know HubSpot is this place for inbound marketing. You get resources there. And they make it with content is king. So they have really good content and high quality content, and all over these channels. And the data-driven decision is this why they are so really, really successful, because they don't optimize only on SEO side with the SEO insights. They also use the PPC insights and the social media insights too to optimize all these channels. And I love this integrated approach. So I think HubSpot is one that shows really good how it works if you work with your PPC and SEO and social media department together. And in times from Generation Z, where the most use ad blocker, so it's really important to have SEO on your mind. And in times where the search engine shows more multimedia content, it's important to have the social media side on your mind. So it's not enough to have a well-optimized SEO site, and it's not enough to have really nice PPC campaign, and it's not enough to have only social media posts. So if you want to be successful in this new generation of search, you have to combine these channels. So I thought, perfect. HubSpot is something everybody knows it. And I work for CGM, Group Medical. And I thought, perfect. I use this example and take it over to my company, and we'll make it the same way. Okay, dreams versus reality. It's not so easy if you have different stakeholders. So we have agencies, they work for us. We have freelancers, they work for us. We have in-house persons, they work for us. And everyone have to say something. So it's not easy. So the dreamer is, for me, it was totally clear. We sit on one table. We talk about how we make our overall digital marketing strategy. And for me, it was totally clear to put social media in. And we make a milestone plan, monthly calls, and it will work. Then you have on the table the realist. And this is not so easy because they asked what resources are available, benefits, who takes the ownership, what outcome is expected. How do you be clear you have a transparent communication? And then you have the other ones on the table, and this is really interesting, it's vanities. So I never thought the competition between SEO and PPC, it's really interesting. So it's something you have a PPC manager on the table, you have an SEO on the table. In this case, I am the SEO on the table. Then there are a lot of, I don't know, you have to discuss why you want to make it. You have to discuss, we're living in a world from ad blockers, for example. So we have to think about how we make our strategy for those, they use these ones. For example, we have the rise of social media and video content. So it is not easy. And I'm honest, after the first communication, I have this feeling I want to drive away. I thought, okay, we will never get together at this point, but don't give up. So we started again. So sometimes it needs time and it needs, a little bit, more patience. So I said, okay, it's time to think out of the box and we should use all the data we have. And maybe it's a good argument to say, we're losing the third-party cookies, and maybe we should use all the insights we get from our accounts, and we go together and we talk again. And then we make a think tank. So how can we use all the informations from our social media accounts, PPC accounts, and SEO analysis tools and analytics tools to get a lead-oriented optimization? Because this is the language the C-level speaks. So they only want to know, get their money if we put all these channels together. So we sit together and then we started to make our ideas. And there was something like, okay, let's collect content ideas from social media channel. Let's make short videos from satisfied customers, training videos for our customers, and explanation videos for interested users, because we have seen videos rising over the years. Then we build special landing page for the target groups, and we test everything from creatives, text, video, etc. And what we have seen, what HubSpot does the best way, I think, we should write also content that attracts customers, but it's not really about our products, for example, or our services, more for work-life balance, sports, at work, childcare, lifestyle, etc. So step one was we started to posting different posts on the social media channels according to the intentions of the users, and which we have seen on the comments, engagement, competitioner analysis, and the insights from the social media. And okay, this is in German, but I want to show a few examples. So we have make a video, we have make a longer post. On LinkedIn, we have a serious post. On Facebook, we have a more nicely post. And then we start to shoot videos from happy customers and how-to videos. And this is really good. We have on the pharmacy side really happy customers. So we had luck that we can shoot a lot of videos for our products. And we also have how-to videos, how they use special features on our product. And then the next step was training videos for our customers and explaining videos for new users. And we have made this too. And then we start with special landing pages and to different target groups with different colors, claims, contents. We have sit together with the graphic team and also with UI and also with UX. And we want to take the best results to build the ultimate landing page for the digital trinity. So we want a landing page that we can use for SEO, PPC, and social media marketing. This was our target to test if it runs. And this was our landing page. So we have all the good running content on this page. We had videos on the page from our general manager. We have how-to information, the infographic, contact form. We've got magazine article. We have our happy customer on the site, and also two happy customers on the site. And we have an offer. We have FAQ sessions. So it was a really long landing page. So if you have UI in these meetings, you can be sure they say it's too long. So you can be sure they are not happy with this. But what we have seen, it works. So we had generated with this landing page conversions over social media. Nobody has thought we will create conversions with this page over social media, also over PPC, and on the SEO side too, because we have only one page for all three, and it was a whole message. So it was clear. It doesn't matter from which channel you came. It was clear it is a pharmacy company about the e-recept. So we have many conversions with this page and offers. And the bounce rate was under 30%. And if I'm honest, normally the landing pages from PPC, for example, the bounce rate is over 80%. So it was a really successful landing page. And then you know how it is. Something went really good. Then there come questions like, yeah, but how can we get the potential customers? They're not thinking about our product, service. And I thought, okay, it's not easy, but we have also made the same thing. We have used all the data from all our accounts, the insight from social media, from PPC, and from SEO for content creation. So we have made competitioner analysis, hashtag analysis on social media, and we have take data from Google Search Console and Google AdWords and Microsoft accounts to see, okay, what's important for the people. And what we have found out, what's really important on our side was the work-life balance for those people. Childcare during the pandemic times and healthy back, for example. So we have created a magazine and also online articles about these topics. And we have used real faces. So the people that talk in our articles was someone they they work in this area and have told about their experience for a special topic. And this was also really successful. We get a lot of traffic over the magazine and the online articles, and we get the feedback from the client. It's really nice. It doesn't matter from which channel they come. They know exactly this is CGM. So it was the first time really clear, okay, this is CGM. And it's not like, okay, I have a really funny post. I come to the landing page and I don't feeling home there because there's nothing from the funny post on the page. And the same thing is if they come from the ad, there are really nice claims and you say you get this point and then they land on the landing page and they don't see this content or the creatives or the videos there, then they bounce and they say that's really nice. And it's now how we make every campaign. So we sit together, we talk about what is the campaign about and what's the goal. And then we sit together with the graphic team, we sit together with UI, we sit together with PPC and social media, and we make a whole strategy in the holistic way. And we also make these articles. And these articles, which aren't related to selling our products and services, is one strategy like HubSpot it does. And it's a really successful way to get customers on your website. They are in your target group, but not ready maybe to buy a product at this moment. And after this, if you have all these conversations and all this trouble and all these fights, you can relax because the conversion comes in, your brand authority gets higher, you increase your organic rankings, you catch up those who uses ad blockers, for example, and with all this video content you have created, you can put it, for example, on YouTube. So you have a really nice YouTube account with all this nice content. Yes. And now I'm switching to Bengü because she will talk about YouTube and how you can optimize this one. So thank you for your attention.
Well, thanks. That was a nice kind of transition at the end with all of the YouTube content. Hi again, everyone. So I'm not necessarily an SEO expert, but then I do obviously work with a lot of YouTube channels. And as we all know, YouTube is another search engine, is the second largest search engine after Google. And it has a lot of ins and outs and connections with YouTube, Google SEO. So today I'm just going to briefly walk you through that process. Let me just present my slide. Oh, okay, perfect. So I just want to briefly kind of like walk you through the enormous opportunity that's available on YouTube. We all know it's a very strong video sharing website. It's the second most visited website in the world after Google. And then we also know that over the years, the amount of content that's being uploaded on YouTube is not necessarily declining, but it's like increasing every other minute. And that's also a challenge for us, but also an opportunity, meaning because it's a search engine, it also has its own algorithm and it also has its own dynamics that you can optimize content for discoverability. And that content would also, from a different way, might also be kind of linked to Google. So you have two shots of being discovered, both on YouTube and also on Google. So always optimizing your content for discoverability will be both a challenge because you need to keep up to date with the algorithm, but also it's an opportunity because in the midst of all this sea of content, 5 hours of content being uploaded every minute, then you need to find your way out, and then you need to find that or capture that audience. There is now a new and really good reach opportunity on YouTube available for the last 2 years after TikTok's coming into place. YouTube is now pushing really hard short form content. YouTube Shorts is reaching almost 70 billion daily views. And why am I kind of mentioning this? Because because it's the right time and it's the right push on YouTube, anything that you can kind of convert from long form to short form will increase your likelihood of reaching new audiences for your YouTube channel, but also hitting obviously the Google algorithm as well. So please make sure that if you're kind of working with video content for your website or for your company, please diversify that video content. Do not necessarily just focus on long form, but also switch into shorts as well. And then YouTube, we always make this joke that TikTok has been one of the best things that happened to YouTube, because they've upped their game a little bit in the last kind of couple of years. But still, YouTube is seen as the most likely go viral platform. It's beating TikTok to its game. And lastly, and this happened after the pandemic, another discoverability channel for your content. And because our habits are changing, more and more people are actually using YouTube on their TV screens, on their smart TVs. So what that means is it's a whole new world. It's a whole new optimization. And I know it may not necessarily tie into Google SEO, but while creating content, please think of the TV audience as well. And TV audience behavior is completely different. It might be more likely to kind of tend towards like longer formats. And now YouTube became one of the most kind of like YouTube's most viewed platform. Is not, obviously it's one of its is mobile, but also TV screens. I mean, YouTube was trying to take over TV, and now they're on TV themselves. So it's highly interesting as well. And now moving on, I was like trying to understand how does YouTube and Google, how do they kind of interact, and all these two different kind of search engines, and how do they obviously work together. Sorry, before that, obviously there are three levels of why is YouTube important. YouTube SEO is important because it's another search engine, and also it has three levels. Everything that you're going to do before you publish your video, you need to decide which content to produce. And this goes back to what Veronika was talking about, and many other people were talking about. You need to understand the social cues as well, what might be trending, what might be coming on board. So you need to plan your content in a way that it resonates with the audiences. And the second thing is, when you upload content, the three things that you need to optimize is your video title, your video descriptions, and your video thumbnail. So those three things are right now, as of today, the key things to optimize for both the YouTube algorithm, but also they will also be your control mechanisms for not ranking on Google, but for getting click-throughs on Google. So if I'm specifically searching for some content, and if Google is showing me some search results, and in those search results, if there are some videos, the thumbnail of that video is going to make me either want to click on that video or stay away from that video. So making sure that you have optimized thumbnails and titles are going to help you to get obviously discovered on Google as well, not only just YouTube. Moving on, I was actually trying to check, okay, how do we understand how Google and YouTube SEO kind of work together, or do they kind of like cannibalize one another? I don't have a straight answer to that, but what I know is like obviously YouTube is owned by Google, and there is a lot of kind of not favoring, but there might be the case that obviously YouTube is going to be the main kind of like video discovery platform that's going to be ranked on Google. So that will give you, optimizing for YouTube will give you another discoverability lever, but also from a holistic point of view, it will also make sure that your content is being discovered on Google as well. If we can move on to the other slide. I know Veronika is controlling my slides. I should be doing that. I'm sorry. Next one, please. So, okay, I was also kind of understanding, okay, what are the different advantages of posting content on YouTube? Obviously, it's going to give you enhanced visibility in the search results. And then, as I was referring, there are different formats. There's long form, there's short form, there is podcast. There's various different formats that is right now available on YouTube, and diversifying your content portfolio on your website or on your YouTube account is really important, because then you can speak to different audience types and you can kind of cater to their preferences. And obviously, if YouTube is a massive platform, and if you can link back from YouTube back to your website, that might be an extra backlink opportunity. Another important thing is right now we are like live streaming on YouTube, and the likes and the shares and the comments and all those social signals is going to help in a way for anyone who is kind of searching for this content, that this content is highly engaging, this content is highly kind of like capturing people's attention. So all that social cues that are gained from YouTube is not necessarily going to harm your overall kind of Google rankings, but it's going to contribute to more discoverability. Today, I wanted to kind of talk about two important things when it comes to Google and YouTube, like the interaction. And what I found in my like really, really small research preparing for this presentation, I think you should leverage YouTube for context, for providing additional metadata context for your content on your website. Meaning, right now, there are two things that you can provide context with. Apart from the main optimization of your video title, video thumbnail, and video description, one thing is video chapters. Obviously, video chapters would be giving you extra context. For instance, in my next slide, I was also checking, okay, what are the best practices for video chapters? Google themselves are telling that if your video is hosted on YouTube, you would then need to put all of these best practices in your video description when you're working with chapters. You might have seen when you search, sometimes Google is bringing you a small kind of extract from a video, and that extract is coming actually from the YouTube descriptions. So these are some best practices how you can chapter the content. And they are saying that, okay, you need to make sure that all of this information is visible in the YouTube description, so that Google can pull this information from the YouTube description. And this gives obviously extra metadata to Google. So my point, if you were to take away anything from this presentation, obviously please do take away the thumbnail optimization and the title optimization when it comes to YouTube. But also think about how you can enrich your website content by providing extra context around your videos. You know, that extra context, you have control over tools like chapters. So chapters is giving you extra context for that video. Each chapter is going to be a specific search term or specific kind of like term that you could be discovered. And those timestamps, make sure those timestamps are also on a chronological order, or make sure to follow all these, like you can read these best practices. I don't need to go through them right now, but make sure that they're descriptive, make sure that they're appealing. So that extra context is really going to enhance your Google discoverability. And in my other slides, I'm also going to walk you through why chapters might be important in general for YouTube as well. Because YouTube has this new KPI, not new, maybe 10 years old KPI, and I'm sure you all know this KPI, which is watch time. Chapters would also help you increase your watch time and engagement and retention on the video. So if I'm watching, let's say, a half an hour video, and if I don't know anything about that video, but if I'm given some chapters, I may be actually skipping in and out from different chapters throughout that video, and then I can still be engaging and keeping retention on the video. Also, it could give some extra accessibility and organization towards that structure, towards that video as well. But also, as I mentioned, it's giving you extra additional metadata to understand what that video is about. What's the relevance of that video to the other content that you're having? So keep in mind that all of these three things, one, enhanced visibility, increased retention for watch time, and optimizing for search results, is just going to make sure that you're going to be kind of a bit ahead of the game when it comes to your YouTube content ranking for Google. And then I was thinking, what else can you think of to give extra context around videos? And I think I was listening to one of the earlier sessions, and I've seen that there was this one strategy of translating all of the content into different languages, or creating from scratch into, like, taking all the English content and translating into Spanish, and then that ranked really well. It's the same thing for YouTube right now. There's a lot of AI kind of capability coming up, that you could even dub your content or provide like subtitles to your content in various different languages automatically. And YouTube also themselves are providing a new tool for that. So in my next slide, one of the additional things that you could give in terms of context is your captions and translations. So doing that is going to give Google an extra understanding of what that video is about in various different languages. And then you would have expanded audience reach. For instance, you would then, if your content is obviously, let's say in English, if you translate it into other languages and put subtitles and captions, not captions, but translate subtitles, because apparently Google is not necessarily reading the automated captions of YouTube videos, but if you can add the subtitle text into the YouTube videos, then it would give extra metadata to that content, and it would increase your discoverability in different countries, in different languages. So overall, my point when it comes to YouTube, just see it as your another arm of discoverability, because it's a huge platform. It reaches 2 billion people a month. But if you want to enhance the capabilities of your own website, or like the posts or the text, then because it's audio-visual content, making sure that you have the right title, right video, right thumbnail, the right chapters, and the right translations or the subtitles in that video is going to increase your likelihood of being discovered. Do I have hard data or evidence on this? Unfortunately not, but I'm thinking to delve into the Google world of SEO more and more, and if I learn, I'm going to be sharing with Anton and Olesia, and then they will be sharing with you guys. Thanks, I hope you enjoyed it, and then I hope it was useful actually.
It was wonderful. Thank you so much. And oh, sorry, just a moment. We have like actually many questions despite a very long session, and one of the latest ones, but there will be more. So Zara is asking, should we go back and add chapters to live videos? For example, take this video. I was thinking prior to your talk that I should afterwards take this video, download it, and then with DaVinci Studio somewhat cut it into all the sessions and put them on YouTube separately. But now, after listening to you, is that the right strategy? Should I just go back and add chapters and that's it? What's the best way to do that?
I would do both, because maybe one person would just like to watch through the entire video, but add the chapters, so give them some understanding of who is talking about what, and then what's the key information in this long form video. But then cut it into shorts, because the minute you start uploading shorts on YouTube, and with shorts the key is consistency. You need to upload 1 a day or 2 a day. Like, you need to keep that algorithm like flowing. Then you're going to reach new audiences that are not necessarily aware of your channel. So then they're going to become your subscribers, and then they may actually watch the long form video, which is going to help with your watch time. So I would do both of them.
I've heard actually from someone that people who watch shorts, like passing on to shorts, and people who watch long videos are absolutely different audiences, and they sometimes don't even intersect. Is it better to create a separate YouTube channel for shorts and manage it that way?
I see some podcasters do that. They post their like short clips into a clips kind of like a second channel. I would keep them in the same channel. YouTube has like really sophisticated analytics around it. They show how many people skip your short, how many, and then you can do short form to long form linking. So you can link the short form video to the long form video, and then to convert, and then see how many of them are actually going to the long form video. Unless I would keep it in the same channel unless you have a complete different strategy and you're using it as a different tactic, or there's some other reason behind it to launch a new channel and to manage and to sustain it. I would keep it in the same channel. But to your point, you're right. The audience is completely different sometimes because it's a different feed. It's a different feed. But there might be an overlap audience and you don't want to miss that overlap audience. Maybe that overlap audience is not like 100%, but if it's 10%, you don't want to miss that. You know, you want to convert it into the long form audience as well.
Oh, nice. Tans is asking, isn't it smart to focus on alt tag too? When I think they may mean the alt tag, not tag, but tag, like HTML tag, attribute for images. Or when you upload videos on the website or somewhere else, you add this alternative attribute. Does it work when you're uploading videos and add this placeholder image for them for better loading speed, you know, and then alt does it?
Oh, I see. I do not know the answer to that question, unfortunately. But so I would embed the YouTube video. You know, then it should, once you embed it, it should come with all of the information around it. But if you're using just an image and then a link back to the YouTube from that image, then I don't know how that dynamic might potentially work on the website. But I would rather embed it so that you don't have any hosting charges. It's linked back to the YouTube account. Like if somebody is actually finding, like they can go back and subscribe and then they can go back to the website. So it's like linked together. So I would embed the actual video other than kind of like.
Sometimes you can technically do like that. You take a video and because you want to save on the broadband or something, you just upload the image and it uploads the video upon click. So a person thinks that it is a YouTube link and they click, and at that moment the whole iframe is uploaded, but not it's not present. Okay. As far as I understand. Okay. Are you seeing a lot of Schwartz viewers subscribe and view your other videos?
So I think this goes back to Olesia's point, meaning they are coming and then in your YouTube analytics, you would immediately see if they are like watching your other videos or if they are staying or if they are coming back, returning back to the channel, because YouTube analytics would give you all of that kind of context. But to Olesia's point, sometimes you would find that some of the short audience is not necessarily really interested in the long form. But again, there would be an overlap. If it's 5%, 10%, 30%, we don't know. But we don't want to miss that overlap. So do upload the shorts to get the new audience and then filter them down to the long form.
And Veronika, in your strategy, which you discussed, you also said about YouTube videos, but you didn't expand about that much. Do you, when you do all the videos, you've shown them in the Facebook and all these kind of things, you load everywhere them separately, or do you prefer to give the link to YouTube? How do you manage the same assets across all the channels?
So we does it, we upload the videos on our website, and we also have a YouTube channel. And if you share the videos, we share them from the YouTube channel, for example, in other platforms, but we also have the videos separate on our website. So it's not linked to YouTube at the moment. So it's something, I'm in the health sector in Germany, and the higher management think it's not data secure, for example. So they have not really reasons for it, but it's the reason why we make it this way. So I think it's easy to embed the videos from on the website over YouTube. So, but it's not allowed to do this for my side. So we make it for the social media platforms over YouTube, and on the website they are uploaded to videos from our dam.
Bengü, I've noticed that recently Google started sometimes de-indexing videos that were not, like everyone noticed, that were not the main content of the web page. So adding too much information around them can also sometimes make them de-indexed. And how to approach this, how to optimize anything. Is there any sense in creating content for YouTube videos on your website? Because it clearly doesn't seem to be working sometimes. Some people even reported that with the indexing the video, Google sometimes they indexed the whole page.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh, okay. In that case, but then the videos are still relevant to that page, and then it's just
they are relevant, but then you want to like describe the video longer than Google likes it. Google wants a very, very short description because even the words under the video are considered, if they are long enough, Google considers it that the video is not longer the main content, and it indexes it, and it just doesn't seem to make any sense. So what should SEOs do now with all this kind of thing? So, for example, we have a good video on for this conference. Yeah, it's long. If I wanted to create a page for this video, I'll have a very long text under it, right? So I cannot link to this video. Should I create several pages and just with linking to videos, and then another separate page with text about these videos? Does it? What should I do?
I think it may make sense to maybe then create then separate pages and then kind of like separate the content for those separate pages. But then I don't want to give you wrong kind of like recommendation here because it might be a costly thing to test this. But I mean, if there is a way to kind of separate them out, then I would definitely try that. If Google is like de-indexing the video because it's like the description is long, etc. Maybe it could be more to the point on those separate pages. Maybe it would be like more shorter. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm testing it with this webinar right now as well. So I'm creating lots of pages. And maybe Veronika, you've already tested this kind of thing as well, because you're doing some video content.
Yes, we have done a lot, and it's some questions we have too. Yeah, and we until now we didn't find the right answer for this because it doesn't work really well. If we make it on one side, if we make it on separate sides, then it's too complicated. So I would be happy if somebody have the perfect solution. Come back to me. So.
Okay, we have another question from Tans. Are you noticing an effect from the new YouTube focus on medical health content and the changes they are making there?
So is this a question for me because of the health sector? So at the moment, I didn't notice it. So no.
Okay.
It would be nice. So for me, it would be good. So.
When you are adding chapters to YouTube, YouTube is prompting, not prompting, but showing that you can also, as an opportunity, add different images for different chapters just on the platform itself. Does it make sense? Is it worth it? Because it's kind of, sometimes it's quite costly to create separate image for every chapter. So is there any return on investment for doing that? Or is it okay just to have the same thumbnail all across the video for all the chapters?
I think I would go back to the logic of the thumbnails. The thumbnail is, for instance, created to give more context about the video, and it has to really represent what the video is about, right? To make people like click on it. So if it's the same thumbnail, but then different chapters, then we're missing out an opportunity there. But I do understand that there might be a time cost. So if you can also optimize it and give more context or like make the image different and more exciting for each chapter. I haven't tested this. I don't have data on it because it's kind of new as well. But I'm 100% sure it would increase your click-through rates. So, or like understanding or following or picking the right chapter for what you are looking for. So I would, if there's a chance to optimize it, definitely optimize it, I think.
This is a
But
good
I know
idea.
it's time. I think it's like time consuming. I do understand.
And I had another question, but I forgot it. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So okay, then thank you so much. I don't know who's. Thank you once again for sharing your knowledge, for coming. Please continue donating if you are watching that in the recording, and all the links are live. And
Yeah, okay, guys, you can donate even if you watch it in recordings, because animal won't stop eating. Well, if they need more food for, they need food for every day and all those kind of things. Okay, it was on my clock was almost 5 hours. We've been here. Olesia, you're doing absolutely a great job. Guys, thank you very much. Everyone, and Veronika and Bengü, thank you for this longer session that we expected, but yeah, have no problem with that. Okay, just at the very end, we collected $1,266. Also, we collect on a PayPal link €300. So I think it's fantastic, taking into account we have collected $4,000 from our sponsors. Thank you very much for them, and thank you very much for everyone and who watching us. You can reach us and say it was good, ugly, or bad. No, it was good, bad, ugly. Yeah. And because we think maybe we can do it again. So if you want to do it again, yeah, you can approach us and with your ideas of what. But otherwise, thank you very much. And it was a long day for us, but I think we've done very, very well. Yeah, that's all, guys. That's all, folks. Olesia, you muted for change.
I'm putting this message and ending the stream.